Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today here at the True Crime Cafe. It is great to be back with you all today. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. I hope you all had a great evening. And thank you for being here today. And yes, once again, you're stuck with just little old me. So thank you. I appreciate you all, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door and share this out and let everybody know what we be doing in here today. It is the morning show, guys. A little bit of everything going on in the news out there in this crazy world today. And I appreciate you all joining me for it. Thank you to my blue crew for being here, because we all know that I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever try to do this without them, because they make it happen. So thank you to all of you. I appreciate you. Come on in, grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, please, and have a conversation with me. I appreciate you very much. Let's do this thing. Some stuff to go on. There's been some stuff going on out there that we do need to talk to. Yes, Mittens. And plenty to talk about today, for sure. Let's see here. Let's see who we got joining us today so far. It looks like Mama Bear is in chat today. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us. Mittens for Kittens, again, great to see you. Alicia J, welcome back to you. Brady B, that OG, great to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Official, great to see you this morning. Thank you for being here. Sassy Cassie's in the house. Great to have you here today. Let's see. Kane B, the Purge. Good to see you, my brother. Good to have you here today. Manam. Who else do we have? Eddie's in the house. What's happening? One made not. Welcome back, Eddie. Good to see you today. Aurora, my pleasure to have you here. Miss Tracy, great to see you. Wonderful to see you all. Mark Schumann, welcome back, bro. Good to see you today. Come on in, guys, and grab a seat. Let's see. Jessica D, welcome. Good to see you. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you guys, because it's great to be here with you. I appreciate you all so very much. So very much, guys. This is one of two shows today. The second show will be shortly thereafter. The morning show will have another one rolling out. Plenty to talk about. Thank you, Cassie. Appreciate that stuff. Very cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. And of course, we're still missing our lovely SRB. She's on her vacation. We do miss her so very much. For sure. Speaking of the devil, she did send me a message that her back is bugging her. That road trip was a road trip, guys. She had to sit there all cramped up like that, so her back bugs her whole time. She's not even able to enjoy her vacation. Her back is bothering her. So hopefully that goes away and we get her back soon. We do miss her, that's for sure. Go lay down. That is for sure. Miss Wisdom and her infinite in the house. Good to see you, Miss Wisdom. That's what she just told me, Cass. Yeah, she said her I sent her a message this morning. I said, hope all is well and we miss you, you know, all that fun stuff. And she said her back's killing her, but she's trying to enjoy it. And it's like, damn, that sucks. You know, you go on vacation to have fun and no good. Summer Thunders in the house. Good to see you, Summer. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. She's still got to come back too. Oh, I see how it is. You miss me. Whatever. You don't miss me. What's the difference? Mom Bear thinks that real life is more important than the Dago. Come on now. Kids in your real life. I mean, really? What is my to expect here, guys? Seriously. That was a joke, by the way. Of course, real life is more important than the Dago and any of this. So, yes. Mama Bear is a busy lady lately, guys. She's got kids homeschooling. It's almost the end of the year. Trying to pack some things together, get stuff going. So, yes, she's been busy. That's why she ain't been here so much. And, of course, she knows I miss her. She's just trying to give me a hard time like she always does. Yes, SRB. I feel bad because she got to bring that trip all the way back again. It's probably going to be worse by the time she gets home. Like I said, we miss her. I made sure she knew we all miss her. That's kind of suck. That's rough. That's a long drive. If I could fly in a plane, if I could, that would be my thing. But it's like at least for me where I'm at, it's like an 18-hour drive to get down to Florida. But I think for her, it's 12 or 13 or something in that realm. But still a long drive. On the front. Yeah, you're okay, Mittens. Yes, SRB is the one that's on vacation. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. I can't handle flying in planes, Aurora. I can't do it. I'm so afraid of it. I have a huge, believe that or not, a firefighter that has a fear of heights. Guess who didn't go on the roof? This guy. Believe it or not, I found out there's a lot of like firefighters that don't do heights either. They have that fear. I could never climb on our ladder. I could never do that. Even I did it for training and I barely made that, but I did it. It's just scary. Scary. You live in a paradise, Wisdom. You don't even need to go to Florida. Where you live at is beautiful too. Final Destination traumatized me for being tall. I'm 6'3". Can't climb past seconds. I don't blame you on that one. I'm not tall and I still have issues. I'm just saying it is what it is. When I did my first training when I went to the fire academy, I did the ventilation. I got on the roof, climbed up the ladder, got up there with the saw. I did everything I was supposed to do. I did the ventilation and then I laid down because I could not come back down that ladder. I was petrified. I learned. They had to come get me. It was embarrassing, but it happened. I can't do it. Can't do it. I can climb a ladder to clean gutters and I can do stuff like that, but I can't go on a roof any higher than that. They have radar, I swear. Escalator. I've even gotten a little bit weird about those because I don't do them so often anymore, but yeah. They remade I Know What You Did Last time. Did they really? Stop doing that. These aren't even that old. I could see if it was a movie from like the 30s or the 20s, but that one was just years ago. It wasn't that. That's weird. They redid Friday the 13th and ruined it. Pay-per-view. Hey. Oh, you're a youngin'. You're a youngin' official. We get another young one in here. I love it. It's good to see that. 28 peeps, 22 likes. You guys are catching it up. Absolutely. Final Destination really screwed with me. I'll tell you right now, I cannot ride If I'm on the freeway and I see one of them trucks, them logging trucks, I move as far away from it as I can. It weirds me out now completely. That's life or death. Gotcha. Gotcha. I get it. Thank you, official. Appreciate that. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come to, if you can. I appreciate that. That'll help us get this in that algorithm where we got to be. I can't do it, dude. I just can't handle it. The thought of it like gives me an instant panic attack. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I flew on a plane when I was 14 with my sister. We drove down to Florida. We lived there for a while, and then we flew back to Ohio. When we decided to move back to Ohio, we were going to stay there permanently, and well, we missed our mom and dad too much. So we came back. I was living with my aunt and uncle down there in New Smyrna, right next to Daytona Beach, for anybody's not familiar. And we flew back. We drove down. It was an 18-hour drive, which it was crazy. I slept through a lot of it, thank God. But flew back out of Orlando into Cleveland, and it was terrifying. But I was younger, and it wasn't so stressful to me, you know. My sister sat on the inside. She was crying and freaking out the whole time. And I had to keep her calm and be strong for her. So when we finally got off the plane, I was done. And I swore right then and there, I will never do this again. Especially when we came in to land in Cleveland. We came in and they rolled this way to turn in. Yo, we were like this. And I'm looking down. I'm like, my sister had to look out the window, of course. So, no, that was it. I was done. I'm good. And then all these plane crashes and things I've seen lately, it's like, no way you put me on a plane. You're going to have to do me like Mr. T and knock me out before you're going to get me on a plane. Sorry. Orlando, yeah. Orlando Airport is crazy. Absolutely insane, Aurora. Changing light bulb on 2,000-foot radio. Nope, 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 nope. Guys, I did a stint for Thrive Off Grid. Welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. No way. I did a stint for the cable company here. They used to be called Time Warner, but I can't think of what they're called right now. Anyway, and I was an installation tech, right? So I had to climb the telephone poles, and I had to turn it on and do this and do that. And yeah, it wasn't for me. I could do it all on the ground stuff and all that. I'm great with that stuff, but not on that pole. Nope. Some of the poles, there was one situation. I had a guy that worked with me. We were subcontractors, and they have really decent ladders. They have hooks on them that hold on to things, you know, and hang over the lines and stuff. So great ladder, unless the wind's blowing and it's way up there. So they had a pole set up, and there was a river down below. So because of the river and the river bank, they had a guardrail set up, and the pole was on the outside of the guardrail, or inside, I'm sorry, of the guardrail. And it was way up here, and it leaned out far the way the lines were because of the river. So you had to go up a little extra higher and stand almost on the second to last rung to reach that block to put the filters in there and stuff like that. No way, dude. No way. Nope, 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 nope. First day of being a first grader, I found and discovered the jungle gym. My best friend can. Oh, been there, done that. I was just telling Tomboy and Tandy, this scar, you can see it right here. So on the playground, we used to have those metal, like the playground equipment, things you climb all over. Well, the one that looked like a spaceship, we called it the spaceship. Okay. The girls would go up to the very top, and they would put their legs around it, and they would dangle upside down. Well, King Ding Dong here decided, well, if they can do it, I can do it. Yeah. And I went all the way up, and I got my legs on it, and I went to flip upside down. And guess what happened? I went straight down head first into the ground. I had a rock embedded in here. First time I got stitches. I think I was in first or second grade. So yeah, definitely. Mikey's channel, guys. Please go check out the last 24. Mikey said he's going to be doing some great stuff on Fridays coming up here soon. Please tune in. I promise you won't be disappointed. Of course, Mikey's a very amazing and awesome member of the Blue Crew, part of the family here. And I really want to see if we can get his channel growing and going, guys. So please click that link, jump on over, and show some support and some love over there for the last 24. Please and thank you. Thank you, Alicia. And we cannot forget the lovely and amazing Miss Wisdom Beats her channel. Miss Wisdom does so much for the missing Indigenous and the missing in general. She's an amazing, amazing, beautiful soul and cares so much for that and does so much for it, guys. So please go over again, show some love and support and hit that link and support. Hit the like button, notification bell, and any likes you guys can over there for the Wisdom Speaks channel and Mikey's channel as well, guys. Please and thank you. Jacob Monster 999's in the house. Good to see you, sir. What question do we have today? What about the fifth person? Because in the beginning, the PCA said 4 passed, 1 to the hospital. Is it possible that annotate? Wait, whoa, what? 1 to the hospital. I never saw that in the PCA, my friend. You got me curious, but never saw that. Thank you for the question, though. I'll have to look into that. Benny Rose, it's been a minute. Great to see you. Fizzy Cake, welcome back. Miss Charlotte's in the house. Great to see you today. Jacob, thank you again for your question. And guys, maybe something we can look into this afternoon. I was telling Mikey this morning, show number 2, we will be heading on back to Idaho. There's a lot of questions some people have asked me. I've gotten multiple emails. Are you going to do another Idaho show? So guess what? We're going to do another Idaho show. Absolutely. That's coming up this afternoon, shortly thereafter this one. For those of you that are interested, I'd love to see you there. Also, let's see here. Give me 1 minute here. Let's see something here. We're going to talk about the 3 new documents that dropped. First and foremost, of course, about the family members in the courtroom, the examination and extension of the deadline, and improperly filed records requests. Those are the 3 newest documents that were dropped as of yesterday. We're going to look into that this afternoon and talk about, as we always do, some of the unanswered questions that are out there still, and some new stuff that has popped up and other stuff. So that's where we're going with that this afternoon. Morning, Mr. Jeff. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're having a great day. What's wrong with you, Cassie? What the hell? I saw my first Playboy in a McDonald's Jungle Gym. Well, that is a memory. That is a memory that you cannot you'll never forget, I'm sure. I'm working on my tan. You're a mess, bro. You're a mess. We love you, Mikey. Jeffrey, I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for joining us today. What did we say? What did you say there, Miss Scarlett? Talk about germs. Talk about germs. Yeah, I know. Always. Family first, always. 39 peeps in the house, guys. 28 likes. Thank you guys so much for joining us. First and foremost, guys, we're going to be looking into the most important thing going on out there right now, in my opinion, and that is still Jack and Lily Sullivan still missing out of Nova Scotia, Canada, guys. I got some bad feelings in my stomach on this one. Oh, yeah, my dogs wear clothes all the time. They're spoiled. Betty spoiled. Yes, we had the good stuff too. With the merry-go-round thing that we would stand and spin each other 100 miles an hour on, that I'd probably throw up now. The monkey bars, the spaceship looking thing, of course, swings were my favorite until I fell off of them, of course. The giant sandbox, which was basically a giant litter box that we all dug in and played in all the time. We had all that fun stuff. I've asked SRB that time and time again about how many times Cassie was dropped on her head, and now I think we get it. We get it, Cass. It's okay. Not your fault. No worries. Moonlit baby, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, guys, let's get into this. Give me a minute to hopefully things load. Fingers crossed. All right, I looked it up. Let's see what we got going on.
Outside this Nova Scotia home, a reminder of the heartbreaking absence. 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan missing 6
Welcome, Ms. Paula. Thank you so much for joining us today. Guys, sorry about the echo.
days now. Their stepfather getting an update from RCMP officers. It's news he says he knew was coming, but didn't want to hear. Police are scaling back the search and rescue of the siblings, with hope dwindling.
Based on the experts and the review of the facts, the inclement weather, the time frames, and their age, the likelihood that they're alive right now is very low.
Breaks my heart.
The two kids' stepfather says they went missing last Friday, wandering from home while the parents slept in another room. Since, the RCMP has teamed up with a number of agencies, scouring a 4-square-kilometer area around the home on foot and in the air. An area roughly the size of downtown Halifax, but heavily wooded and filled with downed trees. Terrain difficult to navigate for rescuers, let alone children. So far, not a single sign of the kids has been found beyond a small boot print near the house. Still, the RCMP says a smaller search.
You too, Mittens, and please be safe as you're traveling. Please and thank you. And thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you very much.
Search will go on, with the force's major crimes unit continuing to play an active role. They aren't ruling out the possibility of a crime.
We're going to continue pursuing any leads or information that comes in.
Since the kids went missing, their stepfather says
It'll be coming this afternoon, Jesse. Just a couple hours. Bear with me, brother. Bear with me.
he's hardly had any contact with their mother. She took their 1-year-old to stay with her mother after a fight between the families broke out. He says people accuse him of being involved in the children's disappearance. When contacted, the mother and her family only told CBC News police advised them not to speak to media.
I'm absolutely exhausted at this point after going through 6 days of virtual hell. It's absolutely crazy. So I'm just fighting for Lilly&Jack.
It's a case that has really captured the attention of this community and beyond, with many holding out hope.
Thank you, Jesse. I hope you'll be around a little bit later so that we can get into this conversation. I would love to have you here for it, bro. Sergeant Friday, good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us as well.
For a much better conclusion.
When the RCMP says they're scaling back their search, what exactly does that mean?
Well, the first major thing is reducing the amount of resources on the ground. So personnel, but also equipment. The RCMP says it's also zeroing in on specific places they have already searched to ensure nothing was missed. And police say they are considering bringing in cadaver dogs. That's something that people are hoping won't be necessary.
All right, Sarah Levitt in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia tonight. Thank you.
All right, guys, let's get on to the next step here. One moment. Tomorrow's going to be 7 days on this, and I'm really bugged out about this. Something's not right here somewhere.
Day of a search in Nova Scotia for those two missing children. And today, the RCMP announced a significant and concerning change. The search is being scaled back.
Based on the experts and the review of the facts, the inclement weather, the time frames, and their age, the likelihood that they're alive right now is very low.
We're transitioning from a full-scale search to searches of more specific spaces that have already been searched by our teams. We want to circle back to increase the probability that all clues have been found. And when transitioning from an active search to a scale,
I gotta say, I kind of agree with Alicia because we've seen the mother in public once. She spoke once, okay? Whatever their fight was that Saturday, I don't know. She leaves, she blocks him on everything, and she's gone. You don't see her at all. You don't hear from her, no nothing. And she leaves. That's strange to me, guys. I'm just saying that it's strange. I don't know what the deal is there, but it's definitely strange. So I don't know. Something's wrong. I'm just saying something ain't right. So I got to agree with Alicia that I'm side-eyeing the mom more than the stepdad. I'm not saying I completely trust the stepdad. I'm just saying something's not right there. And Sarge, I don't know, sir, but there's something weird going on here. I'll just say that.
scale back search, the probability of survival is taken into consideration. I want to assure you that our missing persons investigation can.
And that's kind of the good point, Eddie. The fact that they weren't in school for a week before they went missing, we don't know. Like, they could be being dishonest about the true timeline. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we don't know for a fact. I don't know. I got some pictures I'm going to show you guys of the yard, the house, and all that kind of stuff. And I have some questions, just like Wisdom does. But that's a great point, Eddie. The timeline could be longer, okay? And I truly have a weird feeling about that. So good point again, bro.
Continues. We're not packing up, and we're not giving up.
6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack were reported missing last Friday. Police received a 911 call that
Sorry, hold on. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
they had wandered away from their home in northeastern Nova Scotia.
Donna Salamander, welcome to you.
The search is taking place in a Pictou County community called Lansdowne Station. It's about an hour and a half northeast of Halifax. Searchers have covered an area roughly the size of downtown Halifax. About 160 people have taken part, and they've used helicopters and drones. This is a heavily wooded area with many downed trees from that hurricane that blew through in 2022. CBC's Nichols Sagan joins us now from just outside the search area. And I know you've been there since Monday. You've been asking police questions throughout about their investigation. How has their tone changed in the way they're talking about this case?
Well, Ian, today they basically announced that the search and rescue portion of the operation is over. They've had hundreds of highly trained search and rescue volunteers from across Nova Scotia and some from New Brunswick. They've been working 12-hour shifts, working through the night, and those people are being sent home at the end of the day today. So RCMP are actually going to take over the search. They said they're going to be searching areas that have already been searched, and they're looking for clues or things that may have been missed. So the tone did change today. Throughout the last few days, they've been saying that they don't have any evidence to support that there has been any foul play. They've been saying they think the kids just wandered off from their house. But today they mentioned suspicion for the first time. They said this case is being considered suspicious, but they said all missing persons cases are considered suspicious until the investigation leads them to think differently. Today, they also confirmed that RCMP Major Crimes Unit.
That right there, what she's getting ready to tell you. In the press conference, they brought in a gentleman, the part of the major crimes unit. When they bring major crimes in, there's something else going on. There's no two ways to look at that. As far as I'm concerned, this goes beyond missing. They have feelings about something else. Okay. That's my opinion. Okay. And they did that the other day, and that right there was all I needed to hear at that point. I said, okay, there's something off, and they're looking into it, something a little bit more than just a couple kids walking off, in my opinion. So
has been involved in this investigation since Saturday. Here's what the officer in charge of major crimes had to say.
When it comes to a missing person, we have to automatically consider are there people that have different charter implications and things like that. So we will automatically start to consider what evidence is pointing us towards a suspicious in nature. Again, I can't comment more than that, but every missing person.
I got to agree with you, Cass. And I think a lot of us probably feel the same way. When Eddie brought an article to us after we had gone through everything we thought, and that's when they told us about Saturday morning, there was a fight between the two parents. The mother takes off with her family and blocks the stepdad on everything. I can't imagine a mother that loves her children being able to leave that area, knowing that her kids went missing from that area, unless she either knows something else or there's something else not right. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't imagine a mother doing that, period, which is why, like Alicia said, I've been side-eyeing the mom a little bit. And they made a point in the beginning to say they were not suspicious, but that's changed. So there's something there, guys. I'm telling you, something ain't right. Right. Why wouldn't you stay around? Why wouldn't you be out there looking? No matter what they said to me, you're not going to keep me at home. I'm going to be out there looking for my kids, unless I either know something or think something different. They have both hinted around to their kids being taken. Okay. Is that really what happened? They also have a baby, a 16-month-old baby. Something's wrong, guys. Something's wrong here. If she didn't know something, she wouldn't let her family fight with stepdad. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Wisdom. These are all great points. You guys all see these things. We're critical thinkers, folks. That's what it's all about. We think about things a little deeper than people give us credit for, and we go beyond the surface of what we're shown. So there's that. There was some talk of at some point the possibility of drug use. Who knows? Okay, we just don't know. But something's wrong. Something's wrong, and that's the only way I can put it. Truly. I pray to God that they're found safe and sound. But my stomach has been like flipped upside down over this from the first day I looked at it. When I got all the info, I instantly had a gut feeling that something's wrong. So very sad. 4- and 6-year-old children. I'm so tired of seeing this happen.
In case we would approach it from the same process, a methodical collection and review of information with decisions based on that.
And so the father of these two children, Lilly&Jack, the stepfather of these two children, has told us that he has had his home searched, his phone searched, and that he and his family have been interviewed by major crimes. We asked RCMP if they could confirm this, and we haven't heard back about that.
Yeah, it's such a delicate kind of investigation to do, because you have, the parents who are going through not knowing where their kids are, and at the same time, how do police deal with the family as they go through their investigation? So in terms of the stepfather, how has he been reacting?
Now, another thing I do want to point out is during the interview, the one and only time you saw the mother talk, to the public, there was not one tear in her eye. She didn't look sad. She just seemed nervous, for lack of a better way to describe it. She seemed nervous, in my opinion. I don't know if anybody agrees with that or not, but that's my opinion. She seemed unnerved. We'll just say that, okay? But, I just put that to the fact that her kids are missing. There was not one tear in her eye. She wasn't crying. I don't understand that. As a father, I'd be bawling my eyes out, freaking out, okay? And that's just weird to me. So I don't know. When you see this backyard and all these other pictures we got, guys, something don't match. It just don't.
Reacting to today's update.
So he's been speaking with us every day, speaking with lots of media every day, trying to get the word out, making pleas to the community for people to come forward, because he has been saying that he thinks this is an abduction. He's been calling for an Amber Alert to be sent out. He's been calling for checkpoints at the border and at the airports. I asked RCMP about that today, if they have any new information that could lead them to think it's an abduction. They wouldn't comment on that and said there's no information that can be publicly released. So the dad today, or the stepdad today is, he said he's exhausted. He said he's still holding out hope, but he had a briefing and they told him about the change in the search. And here's what he had to say about that.
Well, I know they can't go forever. I mean, there's search and rescue workers searchers that have already been injured. They've spent so much resources. I mean, resources doesn't matter at this point, but I mean, everybody's tired. There's some people that I don't think they even went home.
And the stepfather's been saying that his family has been out searching around the area every day.
Nicola, thank you very much for your reporting. All right, well, let's get some more on this from Robert Parker. He's the warden of Pictou County. Robert, thank you very much for joining us late in the evening. And after 6 days of searching, the RCMP says they're going to be scaling back. What does that tell you about the status of the search?
Well, thank you, Ian. But the searchers have searched really hard for 6 full days. They've combed that area back and forth. They had dogs, they had drones, they had helicopters. People around here, I think, are generally in agreement that they've done everything they could possibly do to find these 2 little ones. And so it's not a surprise today to anybody. I don't think that this has been scaled back. We knew we're going to have to accept this sooner or later. And today was the day, and I think the words of Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon there saying, we're not going away. We're not going to give up until we bring little Jack and little Lily home. I think that means a lot to people, that they're still going to keep looking for these little ones until they bring them home.
Yeah, boy. Have you had a chance to speak with the family?
No, I have not. I know the mother is in another part of the province with her family, and I tried to stay out of the way, to tell you the truth, Ian, because as a county council, our job is to provide funding to the search and rescue teams, to the RCMP, to the firefighters, and then let the experts do their job, and they've done it well.
Such a grueling thing to go through, the sort of alarm being raised, the people who have just jumped in and worked so hard, involved in this search under some really difficult conditions, as I understand it, and now hearing that the search is being scaled back because little chance that these kids have survived if they are out there in the woods. What impact is this having on your community?
Well, it's been like a high tension wire, Ian, for the last 6 days. There's not a conversation takes place in this county where it doesn't very quickly go to the little ones and, people's thoughts and on what might have or could have happened and all of that. But there's an old saying, that it takes a village to raise a child. Well, right now, all of Pictou County is that village. And we feel like we've seen the faces on TV and we've seen so much that we feel like these children are ours, all of Pictou County.
That's something to keep in mind, you guys. We were told that as of Friday at 10 a.m., they called, they were missing. That's when they realized they were gone. That's what they told us. We don't know that. They could have been gone since Wednesday, Thursday, which gives them days to put their stuff together, their story together. Who knows? I'm not saying that's what happened, so don't take that as fact. I'm just saying, because we don't know for a fact. There's no witness testimony. They live out literally in the middle of nowhere. Okay. There's one main road that runs through there. Stars, as it said, Monday evening. Who knows? I mean, tomorrow's 7 days based on their timeline. This could have been 2-3 days before. It could have been longer. Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. That's the problem. And I don't trust in this now. I don't trust in them. I'll just put it that way at this point. I'm sorry to say that. And, if I'm wrong, and I'm sorry, they're going through something horrible, but at the same time, something just don't feel right with this. Sorry. They had no school they didn't go to school for a week over a cough. That's what they said. The one little girl had a cough. Does that sound right to anybody else? No. They called them off of school saying that they were sick. They had a cough. Okay. And the stepfather missed work too for a couple of days, I believe. Something's wrong. There is something wrong. Okay. And then all of a sudden, Friday morning, 10 a.m., they're missing. I don't know. I just don't trust something here. Now, seeing what we've seen, how she takes off as she goes to stay with her family, takes the baby, blocks him on everything. They're not talking. He's there by himself, and he's still saying he goes and looks and this and that, everything else. It's crazy, guys. Something's off.
Yeah. And then, of course, every time there's a situation like this, and this is not, unique to Pictou County, there'll be all kinds of sort of suggestions, allegations, rumors, and I'm not asking you about the content of those, but what I am curious about is how do you deal with that when you know that people are kind of asking questions and feel like they have the answers? Yeah, how do you respond to that?
Well, I think, Ian, it's human nature to, when they've done so much to find these little ones and it's not happening, it's human nature to say, well, what did happen? And suspicions arise and whatnot. I think as long as people keep in mind not to be nasty and not to be mean and not to say things that may have no truth to them at all, that's very hurtful, and that can hurt.
I will tell you one thing. I have noticed that this has a bit of, it reminds me a tad bit of the Summerwell situation, just a little. Okay, there's some of the same MO going on here. I mean, just look at the pictures of the yard and stuff like that, and I'll show you a little bit more. But it's just something, like I said, I keep saying it, something don't fit right.
A lot of people. I just keep reminding people that. Keep it within yourself if you have some thoughts, or you and your partner or whatever, but don't go spreading it online and in public when you don't know whether it's true or not. You can just hurt a lot of people. What we all need to remember at this time is be kind to each other, be kind to the family, not saying things that you don't know whether they're true or not.
Yeah, really wise counsel, Warden. Thank you very much for speaking with us tonight.
You're welcome, Ian.
Robert Parker is the Warden of Pictou County.
All right, we're going to go back to another video. The first day we covered this, we went to another creator by the name of Crime with Kate. She put out a pretty decent video. So she gave an update 16 hours ago. So I figured it would be a good idea to show that update as well. She put out some pretty good information then. So we'll see what she's got now.
It has only been a couple days since we last spoke about 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from the rural community of Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia. It is a case that is spreading like wildfire across the country and the internet, which I am very grateful for. I'm so glad that this is a case that is getting picked up by so many different people. But with this case being so new and so fresh, information is constantly going to be changing, and we're going to be constantly getting updates, which is why I think we need to continue this conversation. But before we dive into this update, I just wanted to make an announcement that I actually started a second channel where I'll be spreading the word on unsolved missing persons and unsolved murder cases, but doing it more so in a cinematic podcast style. And this podcast is called Limbo. The title describes the state of these cases, which is exactly what they're in, limbo, an in-between. And what we all need to do is continue to spread the word on them, so hopefully they get out of that place of limbo and it can be solved.
But I'm not gonna
hopefully
full board,
they can get to new lives.
Not yet.
So if you want to check out the channel and subscribe, I'll have it up above here as well as below in the description. And let's continue spreading the word on these cases. It has been nearly a week since these little ones allegedly walked out the sliding door of their home and vanished into the woods. As of this morning, as I'm filming this video, the RCMP held a press conference on this case, stating that they're scaling back the search and have not ruled out that the case is suspicious. Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon was quick to clarify, however, that all missing persons files are treated as suspicious until our investigators lead us to determine otherwise. He said the active search is being scaled back, but we're not packing up and we're not giving up.
As of today, May 7th, the active search efforts to locate Lily and Jack will be scaled back. We're transitioning from a full-scale search to searches of more specific spaces that have already been searched by our teams. We want to circle back to increase the probability that all clues have been found. And when transitioning from an active search to a scaled-back search, the probability of survival is taken into consideration. I want to assure you that our missing persons investigation continues. We're not packing up, and we're not giving up. Our investigation is broad, and it won't end until we know where Lily and Jack are and can bring them home. We'll continue to investigate and chase leads for as long as and as hard as we have to. I want to reiterate that our hearts go out to Lily and Jack's family, to the community, and the people who've worked so incredibly hard to date. Many of us have children of our own and have want nothing more than to reunite Lily and Jack.
That. They're also considering the amount of time that has now passed and the possibilities of the children still being found alive, which is a really hard thing to consider, that these two sweet little ones may be gone. In the last couple of days, some other very interesting information has come out that have left a lot of people questioning what truly is going on here. And we didn't really dive in and talk about this stuff in the first video that I did covering this case, which if you want a more in-depth look at the details in this case, please go watch that one first. Today, we're going to be diving a little bit more into all of the information we currently have and what it could all mean. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, has spent the days speaking to the media and allegedly helping search.
I'm out here still searching, still fighting to try to find them. That's all I can do.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. Two little kids are still out there. I want to find them. That's really all I can do. Still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
Meanwhile, he claims that their mother, Malaya, has left the area with their 1-year-old child to be with her family and has blocked him on all social media. Daniel saying, quote, "I'm feeling terrible. Just like the last few days, it's just me on my own with my family out here. I don't know why she left." End quote. Why that is, we don't know. What we do know is that the authorities have told them to stop speaking to the media, or to just stop speaking to people in general, I guess. So could it be that the RCMP informed them, hey, you should stop, so she left to go be with her family, given she did leave the day after their disappearance on the Saturday. They disappeared on the Friday morning. But there's not much to really speculate and look into there because honestly, we don't really know. We don't know any reason why. And according to Daniel, he apparently doesn't know either, which makes this all so much more confusing and strange. And believe me, I have read the comments. I've seen the mass amount of speculation online regarding the parents in this situation. And I've even read people saying, like, why don't you just say what we're all thinking? And I'm not just directly coming out here and saying, I think the parents did something because, again, we don't have any evidence that they're involved. The circumstances, however, are strange. And I think that's something we can look into and discuss. But I don't think it's right to just right off the bat, it's been 6 days now, to just look at the parents and say they definitely did it. Because again, we don't have information that says they did, because everyone does react differently to tragedy and stress. But what I will say that everyone is thinking is that there have been far too many cases over the last few years that remind us of this case, such as the disappearance of Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers, both cases out of Tennessee, both cases that are still unsolved years later. And in both of those cases,
Sorry, guys. Stupid microphone. Anyway, my apologies, everybody. But yeah, it really, really does give me a lot of the same feelings that Summer's case did, you guys. It really does. And I was deep in that one for a long time. So it just feels kind of the same way. I can't describe the exact reason why I feel that, but it truly does. It truly does. And I hope and pray that this does not turn into one of like Summer or Sebastian. I pray it doesn't. Okay. We know what those have been like. So just keep these kids in your thoughts and prayers that something weird happened maybe and they just got lost or somebody found them. You know, I don't want to say I hope somebody abducted them, but it would be better than them being deceased. But I get that bad gut feeling. You know what I mean? I can't get past it. That's all I'm saying.
The parents claimed that their child wandered away from the home while adults were present. So it does make the vast majority of people side-eye when we see a case like this now, especially with the likelihood of the children being found alive and well dwindling as the days pass. Cindy Murray, who is the children's grandmother, also spoke to the media in a phone call, and she's the one that said that police advised the family against speaking to the public. What I really want to talk about today, though, is the narrative, because I really do sway both ways with it. But the more and more I look at it and I hear it and I see people talking about it, the more I'm also questioning things myself. But could it just be stress, trauma, just not giving all the details when being interviewed by the media? Or are the stories not lining up for a reason? Because according to Daniel's initial story, before 10 a.m. on May 2nd, him and Malaya were in their bedroom feeding their 1-year-old baby. He claims that Lily came in and out of their room several.
Now, this is what I want you guys to pay attention to, because I noticed this the other day too. His story and the mother's story, they changed. They're different. We didn't hear anything in the very beginning about the little girl going in and out of the bedroom multiple times in the beginning. That came into one of the second or third interviews that he gave. Okay. So just pay attention to the details she's probably pointing out, because I noticed it myself. She's on point with that, guys.
Several times, which is why we have a bit more of a description of her that morning, whereas they only heard Jack in the kitchen. Heard being the key word there. However, when Malaya was interviewed by the media, she said they woke up and could only hear the kids playing in a room beside their bedroom. She never mentions Lily coming in or out of the room. She then claims she was drifting in and out of sleep. Both have said, though, that the kids went out of the sliding door, but that door was silent, so they wouldn't have heard if the kids went out it. Yet Malaya then says that the kids were playing outside, but they weren't aware of it at the time. But then how did she know that? Is she simply guessing due to...
This is what I'm talking about. These are the points she's making 100%. These are the things, like I said. And again, not one tear on her face. Something's wrong. Something is just, I feel it. It's a vibe. I can't understand how to explain it to you guys, but something's not right. Okay.
their boots being missing, because a few seconds before that, she said that they didn't hear them go out the door and that she was drifting in and out of sleep. It's then as if the house was instantly silent, and she immediately noticed that. But how long was the home silent before they noticed? Because they claim it was immediate. Daniel then claims to have gotten up immediately and walked through the house looking for the kids and noticed that their boots were gone. They looked in their rooms, they seemed to have looked outside, but they were just gone. So that begs the question, yeah, kids can run fast, but if they immediately got up as soon as they noticed it was silent,
good point.
Why didn't they see the kids in the yard? Why didn't the kids come back when they called their names for them? And if Daniel immediately went outside looking for them, driving up and down the road, going through the woods, why weren't they found? And on one hand, yeah, I can understand. Kids can be escape artists. They can.
Yes, she's absolutely right. That's the point that I was going to make, is the period of time that this went on with. There's no way these kids disappeared that fast. There's no, their legs aren't big enough and long enough to get that far away in that period of time, if what he said is true. You see what I'm saying? So she's got a point here. If you think about what was said, I'm going to show those interviews again real quick between both of them. The initial, it's something doesn't line up is all I'm saying, okay, with the timeline. And again, it makes me wonder if what Eddie said a little bit ago is true. Let's go back. Was it Friday, or was it Thursday or Wednesday, or the whole week that they were not in school? We don't know. We don't know at all. Okay, so that's where I'm saying something is a little off to me.
Can run quickly, but there's just something about the narrative that's not lining up for me. Let me know if this is far-fetched, but I live in Canada and I have family that lives in the exact same rural setting in Ontario, however, as this family lived in Nova Scotia. Extremely dense woods for hundreds of kilometers with houses spotting the area. My cousins who grew up in areas like this would never just wander into the woods, even as children. They grew up knowing and learning the dangers of things like that, and how to live safely around nature. And we're talking about a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old here. We can't forget that Lily is 6 years old.
Now, also, I want to point out that the mother, in her statement, claimed that they are undiagnosed autism, possibly, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. That these two, she believes, are autistic, but it's not been diagnosed. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I almost wonder if that's. I thought about that for a couple of days, and I'm not saying this is true, and I don't want anybody to get upset with me for saying this, but I have issues with people abusing that in some senses, okay? Because it's been all over the news. A lot of kids go missing that are autistic, and they head towards water, and then sadly things happen, okay? And I had to wonder, are you sure? Are you really saying that because it's true, or are you using this as an excuse to put this to the side of what really happened? That's what I'm saying. You know, that, thank you, at least. Jesus, you're in my head again. In my head again. That was going to be the next statement. If she believes they are, why haven't you had them diagnosed? It is a process, but if you think your kids have an issue or you should have did that, okay? So, stating that, I had to wonder, and I'm not trying to be mean or nasty to the parents, but I had to wonder, is this an excuse to get out of something, or is this true? And I feel bad in a way saying that, but again, like Alicia just said, and I was thinking, if you believe that 4 and 6, you could have had this looked into, and it would have been diagnosed if it was. That's all I'm saying. Or if they couldn't diagnose it yet, that would be the statement you make. Because we haven't had the ability to, or because they're not the right age, whatever it is. I'm just saying. Great statement, Alicia, and great point. That's my whole thought process. Thank you very much. And again, if that's the truth, officials said the autism might have become the burden and probable cause. Well, don't forget, there is a 16-month-old baby here now. That is probably the prime, the main priority. Let me put it that way. Now, again, these two kids do not belong to this man, okay? He's the stepfather. He's the biological father of the new baby. Keep those two things in perspective, too. He's not the real father. Does he have feelings for him? I hope he does, but we don't know. I don't know how long they've been together, so we don't know how close he is to these two, so on and so forth. So, again, these are all the little things that I keep saying come to be important at some point. So, 16 months, yeah, postpartum could be a thing. I've seen it go on for years, guys, not just days, months, and weeks. Cap says anxiety disorders, autism has went up 400% in the last 15 years. I think it's from, it could be, dude. It could be all the chemicals that they put in our food and water. So, yeah. I can't go the whole. He's just a stepdad route. Again, he has shown more. No, 100%. 100%, Elisa. I'm with you. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm a stepdad. I know what that's like. Don't get me wrong. I'm just pointing out all these little factors here because it's important. You know what I'm saying? These things are all important to pay attention to. That's all.
They're both old enough to understand, especially a 6-year-old, what they should and shouldn't do, especially when it comes to.
They can be dingo at an early diagnosed. I know. Sorry. Gotta love the spell check stuff. I know. We were told with my son Caden, that we had to wait until he was 5 or 6 to get a true diagnosis on autism and stuff. I don't know if that's true or not. That was years ago. Okay, he's gonna be 19 in a week. So, just saying. I don't know. That's why I made that statement. Is I don't know what excuses there could be for that. Different doctors, different variations of things. Who knows? But no, I agree, Charlotte. Definitely, there definitely is the ability to do that.
Wandering into the woods, you'd think. If this was, say, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old that had wandered outside and gotten lost, I could understand that maybe so more. But that's just something that doesn't sit right with me. That a 6.
I think she's about to get into my next statement. These kids are 4 and 6. They've been playing in this yard for years. Okay, they're used to this environment. they're not going to just all of a sudden one day decide to get lost. There's that. So
6-year-old would go off with her.
we started Forest at 4, but you never know. Maybe they were fighting with ducks to get help because yeah, and that's true. That's true. That's why I said that. It's a good point. Hey, Walt, good to see you. Good point again, Alicia. We don't know. We don't know what the medical things going on in Canada there with that and so on and so forth. So I don't know. It took us forever to get Caden diagnosed, and then forever and again for the IEP and the 504 plans and all that stuff. So every area probably has different, legalities and issues to overcome and stuff like that. So we'll see.
Her little brother into the woods for no reason and then just get lost in there. Why would they do that if they had stuff to play with in the yard? But then again, not all kids are the same. But let's circle back, because it's also been brought up by Daniel that when he got up, when they noticed the house was silent, the sliding door was closed. Yet in other interviews, he's mentioned that the kids never closed the sliding door when they'd go outside, and that he constantly had to remind them to close the door.
Why would they?
So what are the chances that the exact same morning that these kids run off and get lost in the woods and disappear is the same morning that they finally listen to their stepdad and close the door? It's definitely possible. It's not impossible. But it is just a strange coincidence that he mentioned that they never did it, yet he woke up and the door was closed. It's an interesting discrepancy. Remember, he specifically said, quote, "The sun was already up and Lily came into the bedroom. She had a pink shirt on. We could hear Jackie in the kitchen. A few minutes."
What's up, Virginia Wolf? Good to see you, brother, and thank you for that. I appreciate that, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door. Please and thank you, and share this out. I appreciate you very much.
Minutes later, we didn't hear them, so I went to check. The sliding door was closed. Their boots were gone. End quote. Again, they allegedly checked very quickly and called the police immediately. Yet in another more recent interview that Daniel gave to CTV, he said, quote, "We never crossed the road. We have cabins we built up in the woods, and that's where usually as far as we take them. We were in the room laying down, me and Malaya and the baby Meadow, and Lily poked her head in a couple times. I seen that she's wearing a pink t-shirt, and we usually don't like them to be too loud because they were going to wake up the baby. We want the baby to get as much sleep as possible. She went out the room and I could hear Jack in the kitchen. A few minutes went by, I heard nothing. Got up, went in the kitchen, checked everything. I seen they weren't there. Checked their bedrooms and they weren't there. So I looked in the backyard. That's the only other place they could go. And their boots were gone. The sliding door was closed. Usually they don't close the door. I usually have to remind them to close the door over and over." End quote. So I'm not sure if this conclusion was come to because everywhere else had been searched. So it was just assumed, okay, the kids must have gone outside then. But Daniel says outside is the only place the kids would have gone. Yet Malaya says that the kids aren't the type to go outside alone. Daniel's also been pushing since day one that the children might have been kidnapped. And we're asking the RCMP to lock down the borders of the province and check the airports. An abduction is a real thing, for sure. There's always a chance that someone with bad intentions was driving by at the perfect time. It was a perfect storm. The children were outside and they were snatched up. But to expect that from day one, considering it's pretty low on the totem pole, considering that you also said that the kids must have wandered into the woods, it also brings up a lot of speculation, and it really has. Although, again, it's always a possibility. I have talked about cases on this channel before where it was just the perfect storm, where a child was walking by the wrong house at the wrong time and they were snatched. But again, the chances of that happening in such a rural area where there is hardly anyone around, again, it could go either way. It could be luckier for the perp, or what are the chances that someone was going by it?
Now, this is my issue, okay? That's the thing. They're out in the middle of nowhere, okay? And literally nowhere. We pulled up the map. Guys, what you see right here is all you see. There is nothing else, okay? There's no little stores or town or anything like that that is close to this. This is in the middle, literally, of nowhere. So the traffic that goes through here is coming or going from other places. There's nobody that is local to this. There are people, but not very many. So for the odds that these kids walked out of the house, walked up the driveway and walked out on the road and somebody comes by and grabs them and doesn't take them back per se, the odds that you're going to find a predator that's going to be going through there are pretty low, in my opinion, okay? I'm not saying it can't happen. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's kind of low, in my opinion. So I struggle with the fact believing that there was an abduction like that. It's a struggle in my mind. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that. And I will, Donna. I'll play the mom's interview and the stepfather's first one.
At that time, they would be lower than in a city. May 5th, the RCMP spoke to both Daniel and the rest of the family. Daniel saying, quote, "The RCMP were taking statements from the very start. They just want to rule everything out before they switch concerns from being, search and rescue to abduction." End quote. The following day, when the RCMP were asked, they said that a variety of teams are working on the investigation in order to provide tools, skills, and resources as necessary. They have not actively come out and say that there was an abduction here. Some other details that have struck people as odd is the description of the children. For Lily, we have somewhat of a clothing description, with her allegedly wearing a pink sweater, pink pants, and pink boots. But for Jack, all that we're assuming he is wearing are blue dinosaur boots. However, Daniel would also add that Jack was wearing a pull-up diaper, and Lily was wearing a white backpack with red strawberries on it. So my question is, was she coming into the room with the backpack on while she played? Because that's not what was said in those kind of initial statements or interviews that we were hearing. It was just that she was popping in and out of the room, or like coming in the doorway, it seems like, but then we only had the description of this pink shirt. There was never mention of a backpack on, but then Malaya never mentioned any of that in her interview. She never claimed to see the kids at all. Just Daniel. Daniel's the only one that claimed to see the children that morning. And you'd expect if Jack had wandered outside in just a diaper and boots, he'd have gotten pretty chilly from being just in the yard. It's not summer weather out there right now. So why would a 4-year-old wander into the woods instead of going back inside to get warm? During the search, boot prints were also said to be found. However, I'm assuming that those didn't really lead anywhere because we haven't heard them mentioned again. And from the sounds of it, they were found either somewhere close to the home or somewhere in the yard, from what I've heard. But correct me if I'm wrong. The RCMP are also said to have found shirts, a blanket, and a water bottle during the search, but Daniel has ruled all these items out as being the kids. Investigators have even brought in infrared drones, so you'd think that those would have captured the children by now if they were out in the woods, although it is noted that these drones have difficulty seeing through thick canopies of trees. But what that tells me is that authorities are pulling out all stops here, yet still.
Yes, Kat, their brother and sister. Lily is the 6-year-old. Jack is the 4-year-old. They both went missing, according to the parents' description, at the same time. Friday morning at 10 a.m. is when they were reported missing, is when they said that they realized they weren't there. Just so you know, bub. To catch anybody else up too. No worries, Cap. Questions are questions. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask, my friend. So thank you for that. Why would a 4-year-old be in a diaper? Should be, well, listen, he said it was a pull-up. So maybe they're struggling with that. Okay. It happens. I've seen people struggle, but he is kind of old. I agree with that, for that. But if he's not, maybe he is autistic. We don't know. You know what I'm saying, Summer? Maybe he is autistic. Again, we don't know the whole scenario with these kids as to what's going on. So they could be struggling with these kids, and they have that 16-month-old baby. Think about that. So there's that possibility too. And I've known kids that aren't autistic that at 5 years old they couldn't potty train because there's issues going on there too. So we don't know.
These kids have not been found. Not one piece of evidence of them has been. Lily and Jack's photos remain up at the command center as a motivator to all those searching. Despite scaling back the searches, authorities are not giving up or packing up their things. We also need to give a shout out to these searchers. The terrain they're tackling out there is awful. The weather has not been the nicest to them either. There's also said to be damage in the woods from Hurricane Fiona, which makes it even more difficult. The search manager saying, quote, "I can't say enough about the searchers. They're pushing through all of these areas, going through all of these deadfalls, going through waterways and anything to cover their search area. So we know that everything has been so thoroughly searched. We're exhausting people, and we're starting to see more injuries coming back the last couple of days. It's just that it's hard terrain." End quote. So please give these searchers.
This is out of Nova Scotia, Canada, Cap, up in Canada. So yes, sir.
Praise and support in the comments. They are doing everything they can to try to find these kids. These people have spent the last 5 days away from their own families, endlessly searching and combing the woods.
Good evening, Tom. Well, as you said, yes, as we near the end of day 5 in the search for these 2 young children, sadly, there is still no good news report. The RCMP held a news conference a couple hours ago to give us an update. Basically, there's not much else to say other than the search for Lily and her brother Jack continues here and around these woods and
No
these
worries,
deep
bro.
woods in the Lansdowne area, just about 20 kilometers south of New Glasgow. Now, during that news conference, they did talk a bit about the resources they have in the air that are looking for these children. They talked about how the drones work. They have drones in the sky at night and at daytime. They have infrared sensors that are able to detect heat on the ground. But regardless of the number of drones, the search and rescue officials and the dogs that are combing through the woods, not to mention the helicopters that we hear constantly flying overhead, still no sign of the children.
Thanks so much, Cap, for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother, very, very much.
Hundreds of search and rescue personnel from all over the province are still here. Many of them have been combing through the woods here for about 5 days, taking time off from their jobs, their personal lives, and RCMP say they're getting exhausted.
Exhaustion and optimism, right? We want to bring these 2 children home to their parents. We've got people who've been here since day 1, since the first time the call came in. So they're tired and they're optimistic. They have one job. This is all search and rescue does, is they try to bring people home safely. So they're trying to stay on focus. They're trying to stay on mission. They're sacrificing their personal lives. They're sacrificing a lot to be here to try to help this family out, to bring these 2 children home.
Now, what I'm curious to say, because they haven't done it as of yet that we knew of, was stated yesterday, I think it was, that they had not at that point yet brought in cadaver dogs. I hope to God there's no hits with those. They did bring dogs in. The dogs caught a scent that led up to the driveway, and then it stopped. But those kids live there. They could have been all over that yard. I'm sure they have. So it's probably going to be hard to keep a scent and differentiate that between before and now. You know what I mean? So there's definitely, that's an issue too.
Now, RCMP Search and Rescue are still working under the assumption that the 4 and the 6-year-old wandered away from the home in Lansdowne, just south of New Glasgow, on Friday morning. Today, some of the family members walked me through into that wooded area directly adjacent to where they live, maybe 20-second walk from the home into the woods. And as you walk into the woods, there's a little, kind of a tree fort, a little lean-to, and that's where the kids would play. And the family around there say they find it very hard to believe that, given how thick the brush is.
That's okay, Amanda. Thank you for being here. I can pause for a minute. But yeah, Kathy, I agree with you on that, hon. Totally. Like, we hear that so often. It really, really does. And I agree with Bemi at this point. I don't believe they were abducted. I don't. I have a feeling that, like I said, because of the rural area, the way the whole situation's playing out, I don't feel like there's an abduction here. I'm not comfortable with that at all. So just saying. And let me make sure I'm catching everybody's stuff here. I'm trying to. I believe I did. Again, Amanda, welcome. Wonderful. Hopefully, when I pause it for a minute, it'll help you catch up. Yeah, they're trained to pick up more, but like a fresh scent. Agreed. But like I said, they claimed that their scent was followed to the driveway, some part of the driveway, and then it just stopped. So what does that mean? You know what I mean? Think about it. I don't know. Good morning to you, Amanda. Thank you for being here. And hopefully, like I said, this was able to help you catch up.
Is on some of the steep banks around that area, and just the difficulty moving around if you sort of leave that trail, how difficult they find it to believe that they could have gone anywhere deeper than that into the woods.
One more thing to note from that last clip is that apparently the children have a play area out in the woods, which I haven't really seen many people speaking about. So that makes me question, were they allowed to go and play in the woods by themselves? How often did they go out there? Or did they?
I have a feeling that they were, because as you're looking at the woods, the shots they're showing, you see water bottles and different little things that are out there. So it sounded to me like the kids were out there playing in those woods, which that's fine. But by themselves, that's dangerous. I'm sorry, especially at their age. Like, they should have a parent out there. We don't know if they did or if they didn't, but still, that's their territory. That's where they probably played at. So Just got to say. And yes, Cap, they have a 16-month-old together. Now, mind you, these two do not belong to the stepfather. Obviously, he's their stepfather. Okay, the baby does. So there's, just so you know that too, bro. Miss Michelle, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much.
They always had to have adult supervision when they are playing in these areas, or were these areas even regularly used? There's a lot of questions around that brought up for me now. At the end of the day, these two kids are still missing. So please share out this video, share out their missing persons flyers, share out any content that you can on them, so hopefully it lands on the right eyes, someone that has information, and they can be found.
Okay, so again, the video was provided Crime with Kate. I appreciate her doing what she did. And guys, again, yes, thank you, Donna. Please hit the like button on your way through the door. I hate to say it, but looking for a new life without the if they're autistic, and yes, that's another possibility too, Cap. You know, they have the baby together, those two aren't. We don't know anything about the biological father. That's never been stated. So, you know, that's another theory that does make sense in some senses. If you look at everything, it could very well be. I'm not saying it is. I said anything could be at this point. All right, let's look at some of these pictures here, you guys. Thank you again, Cass, for dropping these in here. All right, so this is the yard. This is the home. Again, as you can see, it's out in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere, okay? And it's surrounded by all these, nothing but woods. Nothing but wood. Okay. And people in the comments are talking about gaps in the fences and stuff like that, and the gate and so on and so forth. This one doesn't, let's see here. This is the backyard area here. So there's a camper. There's this little thing here. I don't know, shed maybe. Looks like their little playhouse there. If they went out through that back slider, guys, where are they going to go at this point? Look at this yard. There's some form of a fence here, and over here, fencing goes around the back. They're not going to get too far, okay? At least not in the period of time that they laid out for us. If you can see that, you can tell. You know what I mean? No, they're not going to get or go anywhere, in my opinion. That's more of a close-up photo of the same thing. Now, this is another area here. It looks like it might be like a dog pen or something. They got something going on in there. I don't see how they could have gotten out of this area here. I just don't. Unless there's a hole or something like that. Could be. Oh, okay. At least you just said. I typed it earlier, but you did. I didn't. I watched my kids at the same age climb our fence. It is tall, and they were quick. But the difference, I was watching them, and yeah. Good point. Good point. And this isn't very high. It's wood, and this stuff back here. This is like the stuff you see on like construction sites that they put up around this here, probably to keep the kids in. I don't know what the deal is with this thing. I'm guessing it's a camper because it's an RV. There's like a wood stove in here, it looks like, but I don't know if it's used as a camper. It looks like it's put here permanently. So I wonder if somebody else lives there. That's a little strange. You know what I mean? Why would you have a camper on your own property unless somebody's living in it? That's a little different to me. I don't know. Yeah, that's a home. The wheels are off, everything. It's been made into a home of sorts, it looks like. So if somebody's living there, why? Or who? They lived together in the trailer with the kids? Does somebody else live in this? And I was just curious about that. That's another shot of the back. There's the back slider. Another back door. There's a little deck off the back slider down and out into the yard they could go. And yeah, I guess they could climb over that stuff. It's a good point, at least. It's not very high. And if nobody's really watching them, they could have gotten over it. That's true. Oh, his brother lives in it. Okay, thank you. I see. I didn't catch that. Thank you, Donna. I was wondering about that. Okay, so where's he at, and then what's the deal with him? You know what I mean? Okay. All wooded area, and then the road's right there. So if they got out through here and then out that way, I still don't think this was an abduction, though. I just don't. Yeah, his brother lives in the RV. Okay, good point. So what's the deal with his brother? Maybe we need to know a little bit more about him. Was he there? I don't know what the deal is with him. I don't know. All wooded area. Every bit of this. It's just absolutely nothing but. Well, here's the thing, though, official. If they were attacked by a predator type animal, I think we'd have seen something. I think we would have seen something. Some kind of clothing, scraps, or something left behind if an animal would have grabbed them. But there's nothing. That's the thing I'm curious about. I don't know, Elisa. We haven't heard anything about that brother until this is the first time I've heard about it right now. I think that needs to be talked about a little bit. You know, he needs to be looked at, in my opinion. That's brand new to me. And where was the brother when the kids went missing, per se? That's another question I have. You know, were you awake? Did you hear this? What's up? You know what I mean? Why did we not hear about him? Why is he not being talked about? Was he there? Has he not been there for a long time? It's a little bit of a flag to me. I'll just say that. Yeah, and if that's the thing, it's a good thing, Michelle. If his brother was there and you're in that camper, you're going to hear the kids outside playing again. Why did you not say something or go get the kids yourself? Did you see him? Was he working? Maybe he wasn't there. I don't know, but there's a lot of little questions now that I know that is another person involved, and that was never talked about in any of the news segments at all. Just now finding that out, and that's weird. Searching in one of the interviews, there's the stepdad is standing with the brother and is on a quad, basically lying down. If you can find, okay, I'll have to look for it. Thank you, Donna. I don't know. That's a whole new interesting feeling. Covered Watts on my channel. Captain Jack's my friend Helen Huto wrote the book about it. Started out. Oh, awesome, curious. Awesome. I appreciate you being here. All right, so there's beautiful kids. Absolutely adorable. They couldn't have gone anywhere. I'm sorry, but they couldn't have. They couldn't have gone anywhere that they wouldn't be seen at the period of time that they took. They would have been seen, in my opinion. I'm sorry. He could, if we go by what he said, and said he got up when he stopped hearing him, and look, there's nowhere they could have gone. Think about it. There's nowhere they could have gotten away from that home that fast. That's just common sense, folks. It didn't happen. That didn't happen. I'm sorry. That's why I'm questioning what he said in the timeline. And I'm really side-eyeing the mom because I haven't heard nothing but that one interview from her, which we're going to next. Okay. All right. So that's the sliding door right there that they're talking about. Out they would go out into this mess of a backyard, but whatever. I'm not judging. Just saying. There's nowhere they would have gone, guys. Not that fast. I'm sorry. That doesn't make any sense. Are these the same pics again? I think so. Yeah, they are. Okay. Thank you again, Cass. That was awesome. Very helpful to be able to understand what we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? So now they've scaled the search back for the two kids. And it's gone to almost nothing. Except for need to be type stuff. So let's see here. Okay, let's see what we got, guys. Give me 1 second to make sure I have the right one. I think this may be it here. Hold on. If not, I'll get it right one way or another.
This morning for two missing children in rural Nova Scotia. Crews have been combing through the woods around Pictou County since Friday when police believe they wandered away from their home. Brett Ruskin is live in Halifax. He's picking up the story for us this morning. Where do things stand today, Brett, with the search efforts?
Good morning, Heather. Yeah, search efforts are continuing this morning for these two missing children here in Nova Scotia. So we have 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. They went missing on Friday morning. Now, we heard from the children's stepfather recently. Here's what he had to say about this situation.
Okay, this might just be his, but I'll find hers after this.
The last few days have been very stressful.
Okay, so this was the first interview I saw of him. Okay, and then I'll find hers then. I'm sorry, guys.
I mean, ever since the Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
So again, this search began with family members and has now expanded to dozens of search and rescue volunteers. About 160 people were on the ground yesterday. There were dogs brought in to try to catch a scent of these two children. There were 8 drone units in the skies searching, as well as a couple of helicopters as well, each one of them equipped with infrared.
All right, hold on. Let me go back and find hers now. 1 moment. Tell you what, as much as I don't like this guy, I'm going to pull this up because he goes through both interviews and he breaks it down, but you don't have to pay attention. Hang on. All right, so this is her interview, and it puts the words up there on the screen. What he says is he's breaking it down, and he goes to the negative automatically. So, like, don't really pay much attention to him, what he's saying at this point. But, you know, it gives her statement and the words that she wrote. They write them on the screen, so it's interesting to be able to see that.
Was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens, and they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet, and we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel. I tell him, "Do you hear the kids?" And he says, "No." And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
There is so much that concerns me in that set of words.
That's what she says. What happened was we woke up. I heard them playing in the next room beside us. And I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door. And we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. That was the mom's interview. That's the only thing she's ever said to the news, to the public, to anybody. Never seen her again since that. I haven't, Michelle. I didn't even know it existed. And that's true. That's very true. That's very true. That's what I'm saying. The way she stated this whole thing, guys, was just strange to me. Again, you know, you can't really get much for body language, but there's not a tear in her eye, not any kind of like.
With all that in mind, let's have a listen to what the mother has to say.
What happened was we woke up. I heard them playing in the next room beside us.
And it almost sounds, and again, this could just be me reading into her more, but it almost sounds like she's reading a script. Okay. And I hate to say that, but that's kind of what it reminds me of. Thank you, Jessica. His name is Justin Martell. The stepfather's name is Daniel Martell. So, one more time.
And I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, "Do you hear the kids?" And he says, "No." And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
She just had the instinct that she needed to call. I don't know, guys. The interview's weird. The interview's strange to me. Maybe it's me. It just could be me, but it just seems off. That's all I'm saying. They're doing a lot of self-damage control. That's what it comes off a little bit like, yeah. And again, I don't think this has anything to do with it. They're from Canada. I don't think that would have any variance on why they would speak a certain type of way. The mother seems like she's off a little bit. Like I said, there's no tears. She doesn't seem emotional. It almost sounds like she's reading from a script per se. But she didn't have the instinct to get up and check on them when you knew they were awake. Now, she didn't say anything in her interview about Lily peeking in and out of the room a few different times. Not once. He brought that afterwards. Miss Wagner, Elizabeth Wagner's in the house. Good to see you today, dear. Thank you for joining us. Guys, please, again, on your way through the door, hit that like button if you will. I appreciate that very much. And share this out. Let's see here. Again, Sarge, good to see you. Hope to see you come back later, Sarge, when we jump back into the Idaho talks that we will have this afternoon. Yeah, she's different. I'll say that much.
So much that concerns me in that set of words. We don't know the questions that are asked to get the response.
Now, I don't know. Based on what he thinks of her, you can listen to this and see what you think. I don't know that he did that. You know, the other day when I watched this, I was kind of irritated with this guy because I'm thinking, like, how do you know that? But this is what he does, I guess. So I don't know.
here, they've been edited out, but when she starts by saying what happened was we woke up, the question was very likely something like what happened, and the answer to the question what happened can be very revealing, especially where the answer starts. It reveals to that person who's talking where they think the story starts.
You know, I don't think so, Donna, because I think at this point that would have been talked about already. It would have been brought out, being that she's gone with her family now. I just think that would have been spoken about already at this point.
And to her, it's when she woke up, or when we woke up is when the story starts. And I'm going to point this out first of all. How often in that answer she talks about we rather than herself. So what happened was we woke up.
Sorry. Good to see you, Mayhem. Thank you for joining us. I didn't see anything on the map that we looked at, so I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I think there would have been a lot more shakiness, things like. I agree with you on that, Alicia. Good point. No problem, Cassie.
They were playing in the room beside us. We tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them. And then there's a sliding door, which we can't hear it when it opens. We weren't aware of at the time that they were playing outside. The next thing we knew, it was quiet. She carries on and talks about we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere. And then she talks about calling 911, which she does on her own. Now, one of the things that I notice often in deception is when two people get together to concoct a false story, something they haven't experienced. They talk about, well, we did this and then we did that, so that's the story we're going to tell. And then when the story comes out, the person telling it doesn't tell the story from their point of view, which is what you do when you're telling your authentic experience, but they're telling it from the point of view of we, using the pronoun we and us there, because the story's made up and it's about, they're getting the story straight, if you like. That's what's happening here. I'm going to take everything we as potentially constructed here and then look at what she owns by saying I and using the pronoun I. I heard them playing.
Yeah, I was actually going to do that. I just listened to what he had to say for a minute about after that again. Trying to remember what was stated, but that's a good point, Eddie, because I did see that this morning. We've been following what Michelle has been saying after this as well. So, give me 1 minute here. One minute here.
Based on the experts and the review of the facts, the inclement weather, the time frames, and their age, the likelihood that they're alive right now is very low.
Breaks my heart.
Of the missing siblings from Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia, Canada. Lily Sullivan, just 6 years old, and Jack Sullivan, only 4. They've been missing now since last Friday. Around 10 a.m., the alarm was raised that Lily and Jack were missing. But it's always heartbreaking when the massive search effort that goes on for especially young kids, and you know that every second counts. If someone is out there, wandered away, got lost, injured, time is of the essence. So I kind of felt it was coming. I said yesterday in my video that it's only a matter of days before they decide to scale back the search.
There is, Cap, but it's not close. It's a ways away. It'd take them a minute to get to it. So yeah, it's not like right there.
And yesterday, the RCMP issued a press conference that they were scaling back the search because there's very little hope that these kids are alive. Look, if it is true that they've wandered away, they're no longer alive. They're just not. But there's been no sign of them whatsoever. Lily is said to have taken a backpack with her. No sign of that. No sign of anything. They've just vanished off the face of the earth. People don't just vanish until they do. So many cases that I've covered on this channel and my other channel, Michelle Walks, where somebody just walks away and is just gone. And sometimes they could be missing for months or even years. And look, I've covered a lot of cases where people are found months, even years later, very close to home. Searchers have missed them again and again and again. It happens. A recent one, Tyler Goodrich, he was found something like 900 yards away from his home. The amount of searches that have been done by cops, search teams, volunteers, and they all missed him because he was up a tree. Nobody looked up. And this is no shade on the searchers who get scratched up, they get injured, they get bitten. It's no shade on them because they try their very best. But in circumstances where an area is so dense and, there's hurricane damage in those woods from a couple of years ago. So there's a lot of fallen trees and debris and just really, really difficult terrain to search. So after 6 full days, they've decided to scale back the search and concentrate on the investigation. Now, at the press conference, the representative from Major Crimes was very tight-lipped about the investigation. And that's not surprising because they're not going to give.
No, they haven't mentioned anything about polygraphs yet. We'll see, though. It could be
away any investigative leads, but it has fueled the speculation that maybe they're close to an arrest and the parents are going to get arrested. Now, we do know that the parents have been interviewed. We know this for an absolute fact. They'll have been interviewed multiple times. And stepdad, Daniel Martell, is helping cops with their inquiries. He's on the ground searching. I know a lot of people find him very suspicious. Look, I've got my reservations. I'm not going to speak without any evidence, but I don't feel right about this. There's something else, I think, that we're not being told. That's just my feeling that I get. I'm going to play part of this piece here just 4 hours ago.
Stepfather says they went missing last Friday, wandering from home while the parents slept in another room. Since the RCMP has teamed up with a number of agencies, scouring a 4 square kilometer area around the home on foot and in the air. An area roughly the size of downtown Halifax, but heavily wooded and filled with downed trees. Terrain difficult to navigate for rescuers, let alone children. So far, not a single sign of the kids has been found beyond a small boot print near the house. Still, the RCMP says a smaller search will go on, with the force's major crimes unit continuing to play an active role. They aren't ruling out the possibility of a crime.
We're going to continue pursuing any leads or information that comes in.
Since the kids went missing, their stepfather says he's hardly had any contact with their mother. She took their 1-year-old to stay with her mother after a fight between the families broke out. He says people accuse him of being involved in the children's disappearance. When contacted, the mother and her family only told CBC News police advised them not to speak to media.
I'm absolutely exhausted at this point after going through 6 days of virtual hell. It's absolutely crazy. So I'm just fighting for Lilly&Jack.
It's a case that has really captured the attention of this community and beyond, with many holding out hope for a much better conclusion.
When the RCMP says they're scaling back their search, what exactly does that mean?
Well, the first major thing is reducing the amount of resources on the ground. So personnel, but also equipment. The RCMP says it's also zeroing in on specific places they have already searched to ensure nothing was missed. And police say they are considering bringing in cadaver dogs. That's something that people are hoping won't be necessary.
Yeah, they said at the press conference during the Q&A that they hadn't used cadaver dogs. I found that very strange, honestly. Normally, they have cadaver dogs on scene within the first week, like the majority of the dogs in the initial stages when they're hoping for a rescue, that these two kids have just wandered away and they're in the woods somewhere, maybe injured, very scared, hungry. It's search and rescue that's on the ground, and the dogs that are used there are live scent trackers. So they're tracking live people, giving a scent from that person. They try to locate that scent. If they locate that scent, then they follow it. And apparently, those live scent trackers did get a scent going down the driveway, but it stopped at the road. And Lily and Jack go to school. They walk down the driveway, presumably to get on the bus, and probably play in the driveway, so you would expect Lily and Jack's scent to be in the front yard. Live scent trackers haven't got a scent in the woods anywhere. As far as we know, there's no sign of them whatsoever. It is like they've fallen off the face of the earth. Now, the parents have said from the jump that they believe Lily and Jack have been abducted. I find it really unlikely, honestly, in that area. There's very few properties, and I can't imagine that the road that runs the front of their house at Garlock Road is that busy. And while it's possible, it's always possible, but the probability of it is minute. So major crimes presumably are looking at each individual who has contact with Lily and Jack very closely. Those are Malaya Brooks Murray, their mother, who isn't talking to the media. She did one interview on Saturday, and since then there's been this family bust up, and she left with the baby to stay with her mother. I thought she was living on a reservation or a reserve. Apparently she doesn't, so I don't know. It's been said in the media that she was, but anyway, we just know that Malaya is miles away, which raises eyebrows. But Daniel is hands-on, and he's been doing his own searches. There are other people who live on the property, and in a moment I'm going to show you some pictures that have been taken from drone images of the back of the property. And I found something really surprising, but I'll get to that in a second. I'm going to read this article here. The house is just silent. Stepdad speaks out as exhaustive search for missing Nova Scotia kids enters 5th day. So this is from a couple of days ago. He explains exactly what went down the morning that they disappeared. Martel has been dating the children's mother for 3 years, and they have an 18-month-old together. Martel said Lily and Jack never go into the woods by themselves. He describes them as vulnerable and autistic. I don't know whether they are autistic or not. They're verbal. That was something that was, I think, incorrectly reported in the media for whatever reason early on.
Well, the mother and Bud says that they're very talkative. They'll talk to anybody. They're very outgoing. That was what she did say. I don't know if that was had a specific meaning or not, but that's what she did say. Hey, Isabel, good to see you again. Thanks for joining us today.
They are verbal. And there is a little video that was on Malaya's Facebook before she deleted her account. And we've got little Lily and Jack here at a birthday party.
And I do think it's strange that she completely deleted her account. That's a little weird to me. I mean, having a baby out or having kids out there missing and so on and so forth, you would think you would want to be on at least social media to see if anybody sees anything or hears anything, but she's completely deleted her account. It's a little off. That's all.
Okay, but Daniel goes on to say, we never cross the road. We have cabins we built in the woods, and that's where usually as far as we take them, he said. And someone reported on a Facebook group. I can't find the quote from where they got it from, but apparently in his interviews with the police, Daniel has been helping the cops go to specific areas where the kids play, like with him. Martell says he and Malaya Brooks Murray asked Lilly&Jack to quieten down on Friday morning to let the baby sleep. I just don't like this, I don't. We were in the room laying down, me, Malaya, and baby Meadow, and Lily poked her head in a couple of times. I'd seen she was wearing a pink t-shirt. We usually don't like them to be too loud because they're going to wake up the baby. We want the baby to get as much sleep as possible. Look, 18-month-old babies, they do need their sleep, obviously, but telling the kids to quieten down, all right, maybe they're being loud, maybe they're being rambunctious, but apparently this was like 9:40 or so when Daniel realised they were missing. But look, kids are going to be rambunctious in the morning. Maybe they were bored, maybe they were hungry, and they said that the kids could go out of the sliding glass doors into the backyard. And again, I'm going to show you the backyard in a minute, and I'm surprised by it. He estimates it took up to 20 minutes to notice that the children were gone. So I told them to quieten down. And then Lily, she went out of the room and I could hear Jack out in the kitchen. They were probably hungry. They were probably trying to get their own breakfast. A few minutes went by. I heard nothing. Got up, went out into the kitchen, checked everything. I'd seen they weren't there. Checked their bedrooms and they weren't there. So I looked out in the backyard. That's the only other place they would go. And their boots were gone. The sliding door was closed. Usually they don't close the door. I usually have to remind them to close the door over and over. So why on this particular morning had they closed?
I'm pretty doubtful, Michelle. Just my opinion. I doubt at all that she would
close the door.
I could
Did
be
somebody
wrong.
go out with them and close the door? Now, on that property, there is Daniel's mother and his brother. Now, his mother's spoken out, don't know anything.
Okay, now I didn't hear that. So his mother and his brother live on that property. Okay, that's interesting. Again, we have 4 adults on this property and 2 kids are gone. Something's not right. Okay, something's not right. And it wasn't the fact that Daniel and Malena got into a fight. The 2 families got into a disagreement, and that's why she took off with her family. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. We have Malena, Daniel, Justin, and their mother all on this property, and 2 kids go missing. Nobody saw a thing. I don't believe this. Something's wrong.
About his brother, though. So some people are questioning the brother. Like, how much does he get involved in the kids, if at all? Was he at work? Does he have an alibi? I've got the same questions. So maybe they went out, closed the door because they knew they were going to go for a walk and they didn't want the parents to know. Like, Lily's supposedly taking her backpack. Okay, so what have they done? Like, packed food and gone for a picnic? Only 6 and 4. Apparently they've got learning differences. So, I don't like it. I don't. Anyway, he jumped in his vehicle and started looking for them. I searched every dirt road, searched every culvert as fast as I could until I got back, seen the RCMP there. And they wouldn't let me back in the woods until there was a guy dressed in military gear. He allowed me to jump back into the woods. So I jumped the back fence and continued my search. The house is just silent. There's no magic in the air. It's just silence. That's really all I can say. Look, if he's innocent, completely innocent, I'm heartbroken for him. But there's something else about this story that I feel that we're not getting. All right, these are pictures that somebody posted on Facebook group yesterday. So let's take a look at these. So that's the trailer they live in. That's the mother and brother's trailer. And you can see that we've got fences here. This really surprised me. This is all fenced off. So we've got the chickens, this shed thing. This is the mother and brother's area. And I thought, well, how have the kids got out of the back if it's fenced in? This really surprised me. I thought it would be open at the back. But no, it's all fenced in. There's the sliding doors. Should have had a lock on it, but... And then I wondered if the fence was broken in any area. So I tried to find a picture where we see the fence. So that fence is intact all the way down there. It's intact all the way down the other side.
Okay, I'm really struggling now, knowing that the grandmother and the uncle were there in the backyard of the door that they would have went out of. Something's bugging me bad now. Okay, 4 adults on this property and 2 kids go missing. Something's not right. There's just something not right. Period. There's no 2 ways to look at it, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
How have they got out? There's potentially an opening there where there's no shadow. Yeah, there is, look. So that's where they've got out. Unless there's a gate there. Right, if there's a gate, obviously there has to be a gate in the fence somewhere. If there's a gate there, was the gate left open? Can the kids open the gate? I mean, look, if they have wandered away, then the lack of locks on the door.
According to what we were told, Mayhem, this was between 9 and 10 a.m. that all this went down Friday.
And on this fencing is the reason why they've been able to get out. And it's easy to say, you know, close the stable door when the horse has already bolted. It's easy to say, but major crimes are treating this as suspicious, but they say that they treat all unexplained disappearances as suspicious, which is understandable. But I think the investigation part of this case now will kick up a gear. I think they'll want to interview everyone again. Daniel has said that the house has been searched, the entire property has been searched, dogs have been all over the property. I know some people have been asking about that. So the kids are not on the property. I think that's very clear. But that Friday morning, what made them go into the woods when they never normally go there? Were they looking for food? Were they hungry and went out looking for food? I'm just speculating. I'm just spitballing here because something's off about this case and I can't put my finger on it. Without casting aspersions, without pointing fingers and blaming people, accusing people, and I'm not there yet.
Wow, Aurora, that's crazy.
I'm not there yet. I don't see the evidence for accusing people of murder, but I'm worried. I am. I really am. All right, guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Okay, so I have more questions now. Like I said, knowing that there were 2 other adults on the property at the time, I just don't understand. 2 kids, even if they're outside in the yard playing, guys, they're going to make noise, laughing and playing. That's what kids do. So they should have been seen and heard by everybody. What's the deal with this? I don't know. Hold on.
I want to hold them. and I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time.
I don't know what to think, you guys. Yes, we have a new pope. For anybody that's interested. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. Let me see here. Hey, Taylor, welcome.
Hey.
How are you?
Confused, questioning.
Yeah.
What I just heard.
Yeah.
I was over, and y'all don't come for me. I was over in Granny's watching.
Right.
And she had 3 panel guests, I think, came up from the area, from where these kids went missing.
Oh, okay.
Matter of fact, I sent you in Discord one of the ladies' face or her YouTube channel. And they said that, you know, there was another missing child at the same time, youth at the same time. These 2 were missing as well.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild. That's definitely crazy.
We listened to the scanner, and you can hear, you know, them talking about the one and then these 2. So it's a little odd that, you know, we have now 3 missing children in that area.
Right.
And one of them, and they look like a happy couple.
Well, we know how that goes, though.
Yeah, I was like, you wouldn't suspect anything there.
Right.
And you have her saying she was asleep off and on, and you have him saying that he was awake. So that's even more confusing. Was she up all night with the baby who had the cough as well?
Plus, he said that the little girl popped in and out of the room 2 or 3 times, but they heard Jack in the other room. Yeah, that's what he said. But she never said that. So.
And do we know where these kids' dads at?
I have not heard one word about the biological father, not one, which is weird to me. Unless the man has nothing to do with them, then it wouldn't be weird. So
they found him in a what they call like I was reading the chat. Who was the other missing child? The other missing child was found dead.
How far away from these 2?
Well, same county.
Oh wow. Okay. Oy. Okay.
And there's also daddy or stepdad here. We'll call him stepdad because they aren't even married, from what we found out.
Right.
Stepdad here had built forts in the back. Well, I would call them forts. They called them cabins.
Yeah, I saw.
One is a log cabin, which the log cabin, if it is finished, it could be nice.
Mm-hmm.
But he also took them fishing, which, you know, I don't know if you guys saw the map that he drawed out for them or not.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I'm coming in late.
It's okay. Let me run this real fast, you guys, and then we'll talk some more about this.
All right. I was going to answer Jax. How far could they go at this age? Pretty far.
Well, yeah, but with that terrain, Taylor, with what we saw, I can't imagine with their legs being so little.
You got to realize they were born there and lived there.
That's true, but they would have seen or heard something. Now that we find out there's 4 adults on the property, that's a problem for me.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
You know, nobody saw this, nobody heard this. You don't hear these kids laughing and playing, and nobody says a word. I haven't heard one word from Justin, the brother, or the mother about anything. They haven't spoken about these 2. Something's not right.
All we've heard is about the fight. That's all I've heard about is the fight where she went back.
Yeah. Right.
Then I heard that on that panel, I heard that his family told her to leave with the baby.
Okay.
So right there tells me his own family thinks something's up.
Probably. He seems to be the one that is interjecting and like boots on the ground, doing the most. And if anybody truly, I've been side-eyeing her from her first interview. Something just seems wrong. You know what I mean?
But wouldn't he say automatically now that she's gone, she left with the kids? I don't know where they went. I know.
I don't, if he knows something. That's if he knows something. I don't know.
If he was awake.
Yeah, if we're even in this moment, you know what I mean? Oh, see, I didn't hear that. Hey, SRB, good to see you, dear. SRB said I thought CPS or whatever agency they have also advised her to leave. I didn't hear that. If that's
CPS also told her to leave with the baby as well. I guess they got called because of the fight.
Oh, to get them away from each other. Yeah, I got you. Okay, that makes sense.
And of course, CPS is always going to show up on a missing child's case.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, immediately they're going to come in because they're going to have to assess the house and everything else. Which we also know that there was a pink blanket found too, that he's claiming is not the kids.
Well, that's interesting. Well, it seems like everything the little girl has is pink. Pink sweater, pink pants, pink boots, pink backpack. I mean,
But I just think there's something weird with that area because if you think about it, you did the interview with that one gentleman whose son went missing.
Yeah.
There.
Right.
You know, it's odd that area you hear about a lot of missing children.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's good point, Alicia. Get that baby out of the situation and, get away. I agree with that.
And if this was a domestic thing and she was trying to get the kids away first, why hasn't it come out yet?
If that's what I was going to say, we'd have heard about that already or something would have been put out at that point. So, yeah, I agree with that, too.
Before anyone goes there, if that was the case, why hasn't it come out? Okay, I'll shut up so you can play.
Let me run this real quick here.
Stepfather and mother of Lily and Jack Sullivan is being heavily scrutinized by the public. So many red flags and things that don't add up. It's always suspicious when children don't show up to school for a couple of days, and then they vanish without a trace. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to determine that something is suspicious in this case. Police believe that there is a low probability of finding the children alive at this point, and they will be searching specific areas only from now. In my opinion, what I took from the press conference is that this is a recovery mission now, and the case will take a more investigative approach. One thing that I can't stop thinking about is how the stepfather keeps saying that the little girl had a backpack with her, and they had their boots. What is he trying to say? They plan to wander away. If he was in the room, and the mom was in the room, dozing in and out of sleep, how would they know what the kids were wearing or what they had with them? There's too many holes in their version. Anyway, I got a hold of the dispatch call. There was some incorrect information, like the ages of the kids. I think they said the children were 4 and 8 years old. They also said the parents mentioned the kids would not cross the road. Take a listen.
7 Gearlock Road in Lansdowne.
Copy that.
Okay, you go through City and
Station 21, Rescue 21.
Hold on, guys. It's kind of hard to hear, so hold on. And they're dropping the tones for the volunteer fire department in the background. That's what that noise is for anybody that's not familiar.
7 Gearlock Road in Lansdowne.
Copy that.
Okay, you go through City and
Station 21, Rescue 21.
pilot in a spotter officer will be
583 Marston.
making ready there.
Travel your own vehicle. Community hall, anything near the area?
Okay, you
Said the children were 4 and 8 years
in Lansdowne.
Copy that.
Okay, you go through City and
Station 21, Rescue 21.
pilot in a spotter officer will be
583 Marston.
making ready there.
Travel your own vehicle. community hall, anything near the area that some trucks can park at and work their way out?
Sorry, it's very rural. I don't think there's any community halls nearby. We're not super familiar with the area. We don't come out here a whole lot, but we'll have a look.
Charlie, go ahead.
Just wondering where they're set up with the search command today. Is that the scene on McLaren Road?
Copy that. Center is Eden Church Loop.
Yeah, see, that's where ours is. I'm just wondering where the ground search one is.
Over there for the children.
601. You copy that? 21. Scene by Agri.
10-4. It would be Garden of Eden Church Loop is where the command center is.
10-4. Yeah, it's just there. There's no one there. All right. McLaren Road.
10-4. Bravo 3, go ahead.
All right, so there is no portable reception down here. However, the cars do work. So Constable Mason's vehicle now, she's got her radio on the loud hailer, so she'll be able to hear us. She has no phone reception, but she does have photo of the two kids. The 6-year-old is the girl, I believe, and she's wearing pink. The 4-year-old is wearing some blue dinosaur boots. So, yeah, I think that's all we kind of have right now.
10-4, since radio service is not bad, do you guys want an extended timer there, a 10-6 timer? I can give you a monitor.
Yeah, definitely give us 2.
So there's one thing. This is so rural and so out there that they don't even have radio traffic, like the ability for the radios to transmit. That's bad, guys, because I've worked in rural areas in fire service. You got to be way, way out, either down in a valley or something. If you can't get radio transmission, that's out there, like way out there. Okay. So there's that just to keep in mind too.
2 hours, and then ask the risk manager if he wants Constable Mason to depart there to go get some phone service to send those images or not. The drone operator is still on scene with the mom, so.
10-4.
With the service, we can get those photos to him. So you want her to go get service to send the photos?
10-4. Sergeant Young, go somewhere and get service again.
I do believe McLaren Road, Cap, is the main thoroughfare, main like freeway, I guess you could say, main run through this area. Interstate wise, I can't find it yet. So you got to go a distance to get to it, in my opinion.
Get those photos sent off.
Constable Mason, you copy?
Just to confirm, both Kilo dogs on scene there. Y'all can hear me there. Are you guys on scene?
Kilo 6 is on scene, and Kilo 9 till 17.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, are we okay to drop down on the, looks like the east side of the road there? There's a gully system there. We just want to get down. I have just flow passes there.
Thank you, Jessica.
Are you doing orbits and crossing the road as well?
Yeah, I can stay out of your area there. I'm at 270. How low are you looking to go? I can take it down too if you need.
So just for deconfliction, I'll just stay on the east side of the road. If you're going to stay on the west side of the road and work the backyards and over top of the residents. If you're not going to cross the road, we'll just drop down. There's a gully on the east side. We want to just kind of cruise the forest there.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure, Cap. I got to pull the map out again and see where the closest interstate would be. But I'll do that here in a minute. I think T just said 20 minutes to the 20-minute drive to the closest major highway.
Diego, really, really quick, not to cut you off and not to cut this off. You do know that it was reported that they were seen on the side road by a pastor.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
When was this?
I guess the day they went missing, and that would, like I said, I heard it all on Granny's. Like I said, there was a retired school teacher, a retired nurse, and a retired something else up there.
Okay.
From the area.
Law
Almost
enforcement.
like 5 miles from them.
Okay, I got you. All right. I get it. I understand people from there. Until I hear like law enforcement clarify or verify that, you know how we have to do that too.
Yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know the rumors that are out there by
No, I get it. I appreciate it.
neighbors.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Last thing the law enforcement said is there have been 0 sightings. So that could be something that wasn't reported, I guess. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't reported because it, kind of like with the Sebastian case, there's a lot of things that we have to speculate on.
Of course. And that's what they do, sadly. Sadly. Molly. Good to see you, Molly. Molly, can you pull a map up on this area, hon, and show me just the freeway and all that kind of stuff, if you don't mind. If you can't, no worries, I'll do it myself. But just asking. You're okay, Cap. Don't questions, brother.
We'll stay on the east side for now, and we'll keep you advised when we switch back over.
Got it. Or you want me to check the other issue on mutual aid 6? Just speaking of risk matcher, just confirming if you need the drone that was just freed up here in Colchester. We can send it to your way if you wish. It's thermal.
Yeah, that'd be great. A lot of area to cover. We're out in the sticks here. You're very familiar. The risk manager is still monitoring there? Yeah, there's a dirt road just up past the address, the last point known. We can put vehicles on this dirt road. There's lots of big driveways and stuff. They're fine. If there's any other calls for you for updates, that'll be our staging area, whatever road this is.
Okay, 10-4. Looks like the map is in West Road. I'm guessing that's the one you're referring to.
Yeah, 10-4, I'm on it now. So, yeah, this is perfect.
Yeah, Alpha 3, go ahead.
355, I'm going to request field communications unit to be sent out here to this 4 comms if this gets extended for a long period of time.
Member is here on Gerlach Road. We just had a 911 call. Can I go ahead with the details?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're going to call via 911 from a Karen Ponacao. Kindly about 5 minutes. She was reporting just driving past the black Honda CRV, Nova Scotia marker Golf Mike Fox 320 that left the outdoor recreational park close to the residence. It is permanently closed. Complainant is unsure if related, but it felt a bit strange to her. Driver was a white male around 50 years old, bald with a mustache. And it left from 1480 Gerlach Road. I can send that down to your MWS if it's easier.
Got a copy to Bravo 3, deactivate and reactivate me to this one.
10-4, just came as an update there. Do you want me to send it to your MWS?
10-4, I think you
Hey,
guys
hold
can
on.
do all of this there.
So somebody called in. This is somewhat close to this area, reporting a vehicle that seemed out of the area, shouldn't have been there. Strange. That's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead. So you're going to call via 911 from a Karen Ponacao. Kindly about 5 minutes. She was reporting just driving past the black Honda CRV, Nova Scotia marker Golf Mike Fox 320 that left the outdoor recreational park close to the residence. It is permanently closed. Complainant is unsure if related, but it felt a bit strange to her. Driver was a white male around 50 years old, bald with a mustache. And it left from 1480 Gerlach Road. I can send that down to your MWS if it's easier.
Got a copy to Bravo 3, deactivate and reactivate me to this one.
10-4, just came as an update there. Do you want me to send it to your MWS?
10-4, I think you probably sent it to all of us there.
What was that address?
Looks like the address is 1480 Gerlach Road.
Well, and like I said earlier, guys, that I didn't think it could have been an abduction because of the area, but there's people out here, so you don't know. And then I have something that was sent to me about a failed abduction that happened in June. Well, I mean, things happen everywhere. Maybe, who knows? I'm just saying. I'm just curious, curious as to how often things like this happen in this area. In areas like this, I guess you could say. It happens everywhere. We know that it can happen everywhere. So
Yeah, Dan, I'm not sure. You know, there's certainly a possibility this one will roll into tomorrow. And I think Josh Weiss is, on call. So, I wouldn't necessarily cancel any big plans that you have. So optimistic, maybe.
Usually kids in these areas, like even where I live in a rural area, the bus usually will pick them up at the end of their driveway, typically, for most areas around here. I don't know about here, but you would think at 4 and a 6-year-old, 4-year-old shouldn't be in school yet. 6-year-old, first grade, roughly. They should pick her up right there at the end of the driveway. I would think that's how things work here. There could be, but in a road like that, though, I don't see, looking at the open eye view of the whole road, the over top of the property, there doesn't seem to be any other roads. There's a little side road there next to it past, but like they don't have corners and places for bus stops and stuff. So yeah, I would imagine, but I don't know. Yeah, right. Where were they going?
Both the files we have right now will get wrapped up.
Copy that. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if I should cancel my plans or not. But yeah, just keep me posted and keep it in mind.
So we'll do. Negative at the moment here. We're just overhead the park and just still on the search pattern here. But we were just curious to know if you wanted us to kind of get eyes on that vehicle right away.
I'll quickly there just give her a call, see if I can get a direction of travel from her, and that way, if we do need to, we'll know which way they went.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Looks like it's gated. From our vantage point, standby one.
355, is that the old KOA campground? I'll check there. Stand by.
355, do you want to send that name and number for that vehicle down to Corporal Ball Short? We'll look after that here.
Definitely, thank you. Real short, I emailed that there to you. And 53 Alpha 3, 355?
Yeah, turn around, come the other way. I'm not here up this road. Just right here.
Thank you up there. So she'll be contacted. The PSFB truck is requested for comms issues. Will be sent to the staging area. Alpha 3, did you copy that?
No, go ahead.
Therefore, we talked to Shuby there. The PSFB truck is going to be sent to the staging area for the comms issue.
And all stations, just ordering a black SUV just north of the residence and on the left side of the road. Does not appear to be a CRV, but it is a black SUV. If anybody wants to come up and have a look at that, just under the helicopter here now, if you guys have visual of it. Bravo 3 drove by that on my way in. That's a Kia Sportage, Delta Papa Uniform 468. I didn't run it, but there was nobody in it.
I'm right here. I'll check.
Yeah, we copy that. There are two, looks like two individuals walking down towards the lake ahead of the vehicle. And there's a cabin at the end of the lake. The vehicle comes back to a Gregory Giffen from
805, go ahead.
Yeah, we okay to cross the highway here and work the wooded area.
Okay, so they passed this SUV. Thank you, Molly. Seeing it's sitting there, but this woman called in that it was driving by with one guy in it with a mustache, blah, blah, blah. If it's the same vehicle, it's not a CRV, it was an SUV, but still, I'd still be looking at that, or at least interested in that. Hold on a minute. Thank you so much, Molly, dear. Perfect. I'll pull this up in a minute, guys, and show you this map.
Behind the residence. 10-4, I'm actually coming out for battery swap right now. Okay, cover it. Just let us know when you want to come back airborne.
Now, mind you, they had 3 choppers, guys. 3 choppers circling this area, not to mention the drones. They use the FLIR technology in the evenings when it started to get darker. Nothing. Nothing was seen. Those kids are not in that area, in my opinion. They're not anywhere in that area. They did this for, 3 days straight, nonstop, morning, noon, and night, and didn't pick up anything. They're not there. In my honest opinion, those kids are not in that area at this point. Sad to say this, unless they fell into some giant hole or something, they're not there. Which is why this is so strange to me. I'm getting this weird vibe from this because of that. So, and I've been on search and rescue many a times for kids, adults, animals, whatever. They had a lot of people in an extravagant area. And you see this when I'll show you the map. Something's not right here. These kids are not in that area, in my opinion. Not at all. And again, guys, we don't know. This is the thing that bothers me. We do not know for a fact that those kids went missing Friday morning. We just don't. That's what we were told. And if we want to believe it, then that's fine. We'll believe it. That's okay. But we just don't know. It could be sooner. It could have been, they're being that they weren't in school for a week because one of them had a cough, so they kept them both home. That's odd. Sorry. And they stated at some point that the father was not at work either. The stepfather was not at work either for a few days either. So again, there's something not matching up here, is my opinion.
The baby also had the cough.
And the baby was sick too. So, I mean, if they're sick, they're sick. They didn't say anything about the other child being sick. Just the one little girl, I think, had the cough. Again, that's true. The other one might not have been in school. So that might make sense, unless he went to preschool. I don't know. But good point. Good point.
Yes, he would be going to like a preschool program out there.
If he did. Some people don't do it, some people do. I don't know. But good catch, at least. I wasn't thinking straight for a minute. What was actually suspicious about the Honda? That a bald-headed man driving. Is this a case of everything that is not suspicious being reported as suspicious? Good point, Eddie. Good point. I gotcha. I don't know. I don't know, Isabel. That's a good question.
The CRV thing is because the area he was seen in was closed. It's been closed for several years.
Yeah, it's like I think it was like a KOA or a recreational park or something they said. But yeah, that's why they got the woman was a little unnerved about it and called. And that's true. Let's see here. All right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's why it was parked there. Sorry, that's why they called about it. My apologies.
Everyone in the talk group, public safety field communications are en route to that search you have there, and our ETA is about 1:05 p.m. 1305.
Over there in Garlock Road, if you can copy this there, Corporal Short contacted a complainant from that suspicious vehicle call, and everything was done for. Nothing suspicious about it.
Go for copies.
Just make sure Mom stays close to the house there in case they happen to sneak out and get back into the house.
Search the road of our building here. We've got all of our equipment on the go, and 22 members should land on site about 1:30. A little before, hopefully.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
There is a field, kind of an open area behind the residence there. I'll just stay west of that, so I won't come any closer to the backyard for that. Just let me know if you need to move in closer. I'll get out of the way. Yeah, no, you guys do your thing, and we're just going to work all these heavily wooded areas out here where you guys can't reach. Perfect.
Kilo 652, large 350. One here now. An onion bag. That's not nothing they play with or anything, is it? It's still fixed packet truck giving the dog a treat. We're going to do the residence and property over again while we wait.
I just want to let you know, from last night's search, we were having problems with our TMR communications through our command trailer. I think we've got a connector or a wire with a problem. Something you might want to consider activating public field comms to come aid us in communications if that's going to be a need.
Already done. They're en route.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, Kilo 6 here. 2 missing children. One wearing pink. Not sure what the other one was wearing. Possibly a backpack with them. 4 years old and 8 years old. Global News here. Looking to speak to somebody. In the bedroom, we called this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to,
Did you say something, Taylor? Okay.
No, I'm muted.
get a good statement and figure stuff out. Call from McGinnis, can you copy there? I think your portable's spotty. Was that you I heard on here that was going to do a search of the residence again?
Audio.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. They were going to do the property and the residence again.
Copy that.
Property and the residence again. Copy, and just for everyone's awareness, based on the profile, the children could have traveled at least 6 kilometers. So keep that in mind.
Sergeant Young, for your awareness there, media release has been put out in a non-intrusive alert as a sent out to Victor County.
Perfect, thank you. That's campground, that's the KOA, that's across the road, and the people down there are aware, keep an eye out. There's also a trail cam that was found on that road for the staging area. We just trying to make contact with the owner there now to see if he had any footage.
If you want to confirm, you're aware you got another R-Pass operator heading your way from Bible Hill? And you guys are located at 1407 Garlock Road?
10-4.
Copy, thank you. We're just clearing a cabin, one house to the right of the property when you're looking at it. I'm not sure the actual direction. Members are just clearing it now. Door was open, closed, but unlocked. Just clearing it.
Copy.
Is anybody on scene able to send me a text with photos?
Who's looking for the photos?
And it's Bob Short. I'll give you my number when you're ready.
Yeah, stand by there, Bob. The lead there, she got him on her phone. I'll go right up and see her there.
Constable Mason, copy.
Go ahead.
I think that tip at Walmart is negative, but I sent you some photos just to confirm.
I'll head back into the house now. I'll get the Wi-Fi again.
I'm not sure if you have an APAC, but Bailey's having extreme muscle cramps. I'm going to have to leave him. Can you meet me just at the intersection of the T intersection, a couple hundred meters northeast of the house there, back the way I came in?
Paul from McGinnis, when you started your search from your vehicle, did you go past the residence?
Yeah, I'm back closer to
10-4. Did you go down to the bottom of that long walkway with the marked signage on it, the reflection poles? Did you go down that long driveway that's gated off and has all the reflective post signs marked on the trees going down?
Broke down on the other side, down to the Lorda campground. So you can come up through the other side that's gated.
Hey, copy that, Joe. I'm going down there from the gated off side. Hey, Joe, can you swing back to the house?
Should I drop off the pilot first, or you got something?
Yeah, drop them off first. Let's come back. Yeah, he just wants to chat with you.
We just got a call from a Justin Smith who lives close by to where you guys are now. He said he can talk to members about any vehicles that passed from Highway 289. If you guys need to get a hold of him, I can always send this number down to you guys if needed.
Yeah, Kilo 6 here. 2 missing children. One wearing pink. Not sure what the other one was wearing. Possibly a backpack with them. 4 years old and 8 years old.
Global news here. Looking to speak to somebody.
Can I get an idea of what we're looking at, where we're looking?
So the family is convinced that these children didn't cross the road from their residence. Of course, we're skeptical that we know how these searches go, but it's been a substantial amount of time. So we're looking at originally it's a 6 kilometer, but now we're looking further out. Anyway, that's what we've got now.
Okay, so over 6 kilometers out, I see that you have 2 locations here. Which location are we talking about? Starting point? At 783, so I see two locations where there's a lot of cars. Which of the 2 locations is the starting point for the missing?
1407 Scarlock Road is the last point known to this residence. So we've been concentrating on the area behind the residence.
So I see 2 locations in north and south. Which one would it be?
Break Station 83 is Control 4. I'm just facing the residence here now. So between just off my nose, you can see the fire vehicle there with the lights on. That's the residence.
Okay, 10-4, yeah, big red truck, we got it. And from there, they're looking out. I guess the 2 would have departed from there.
Yeah, that's affirmative. So I'm essentially in the backyard here now, and sounds like they did not cross the road, but that's yet to be determined. And so yeah, we've been just pounding these hills back here.
Okay, 10-4, thanks for the heads up. And do we know if there's a drone up in the air at all or not?
Negative on the drones. Sounds like there's 4 drones on the ground, but none of the drones are in the air at the moment, and they're all monitoring Neutral 8-6 as well and broadcasting their intentions when they're ready.
Okay, 10-4, thanks.
Yeah, right on. And yeah, I'm just going to work this area for the next little bit. Just let me know if you guys want me out of your way, and we're just going to be landing. Once we do, there's looks like an old park there, kind of to the south, kind of southeast there on the other side of the road. That's where I'm going to stage out of. And then there's also a field. You'll see the comms truck up by the train tracks with this red and white strobe on in the boom. I was landing in that field as well in the back classroom.
Okay, 10-4, thanks for the info. Okay, 10-4. Otherwise, what are the details? Have they been gone in a long time?
0800.
Okay, so that last statement that was made over that, he said, have they been gone a long time? He responds back 0800. That would be, I mean, unless Canada's different than us, wouldn't that be 8 a.m. or is Canada time different? I know military time. That's something I don't know. That's different. I don't know what to think. Now, Molly put together, as always, she's amazing with these. Quickly. So this is the area here. Okay, here's the closest main interstate, which would be 104. There's Hamilton Road. Garlock Road is their road down through here. Right here, I believe. That's 289. So it's a good distance to get to 104. But as you see, this is all rural trees and grass, and that's pretty much. I don't see a river here as of yet. Here's a little bit of a more Lansdowne Station Road is the other area where they're at. They're in Lansdowne Station, which is the name of the town or whatever you call it, off of Garlock. Well, it looks like there's two, what I guess are ponds, maybe right here. Hold on.
Are you showing us on screen or?
I'm getting ready to.
Okay, I was like, if you're showing that, Diego, it's not showing.
All right. Here we go. Sorry, guys. So this is the residence here. As you can see, there's nothing but trees. There's two little ponds of water here, but they seem to be way back up in front or on the other side. Yeah, this is the back area here. So they're off to the left of the residence, in my opinion. And they kept 1 hour ahead of Eastern. So, okay. Thank you, Molly. So it would have been 9 a.m. then. And then they called at 10. So about an hour. 9 a.m. is when they found them not there. They keep saying that they swear these kids didn't cross this main road, which I don't know why, but okay. That's wild. But look at this, guys. There's Garlock Road. This is crazy. Nothing but trees and fields. Nothing. Oh, it's 1407. Yeah, Molly, wrong one. That's 1480, hon. 1407 would have been the property. Sorry. Here, I could probably just pull that up this way. Just a minute here. Give me a minute, you guys. One second. I have to go this way. There we go. Whoa, that's big. Hold on. Okay. No, that's the same thing. I guess there is a body of water there. That's their road, SRB, yeah. Right there. Trying to get to their house. Oh, it's got to be up here then. Boston Bruins? No. Let me see. It's saying that this is their road, but this seems a little bit more inhabited. Maybe that's it. So here's the point. The point is this is out in the middle of nowhere. Sorry, guys. I got quiet because I'm trying to look. But yeah, this is out in the middle of nowhere. It's when I put in Lansdowne Station, it jumped right back to this. This is weird. Right, so
It's like
hold
there's
on.
a lot more people that live there than what they said in that area.
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't think this is the right area. I don't think it's the right area. Hold on, Taylor. Okay, so it shows this here. See, this is that KOA that they were talking about right there. Third Line Road, Garlock Road. This is strange. 62G. Damn it. See, I got me hit, James. Yeah, that's not the right area because that's too many. There's too many people there. This doesn't seem like the right place either. That's weird. Lansdowne Station is what I put in. Let me try it again. Right there is what it takes you to. And then you click there. Cars on Ridgecrest. It's in Canada. See, that looks like their road. Let me see something. I don't know what to say. Put that in the Google search, the true crime cap. Hold on a minute. Okay. 1491 Garlock Road. All right, hold on a minute. Maybe I'm spelling Garlock wrong too. LOCH. Yep. Wait a minute, that might have worked, Eddie, because it popped up. There we go. Bingo. Yep, I think that's it right there. Well, at least that's here, right here. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, either way, the whole point I was trying to show you guys is that this is out in the middle of nowhere. Literally. Yep, that's the road. That looks a little bit better, I would say, Taylor. There's really no residences around here.
Yeah, that looks more like what they've been describing.
That's what I think.
I know I was told they have people around them, but it's like a 5-mile radius.
Yeah, that's what this looks like. Because there's. Thanks, Eddie. There's a mailbox up here, it looks like, maybe. But you see what I mean, guys? There's nothing here. There's no people, no homes. Wait, I just passed up a sign. I think I was going to try to. Yep, right here. Hold on a minute. This is the recreational park they were talking about that's right across the street from them.
It's
So that
closed.
makes sense. Yeah, that's the one that's closed down. About
So
7 telephone poles.
could that be where the cabins are that they were talking about?
Yeah, that's what. But remember that this is supposedly right across the street from where they live.
Yeah.
In here somewhere they live. I can't find the right here. Or is this where it's closed? This is
That
the
looks
part.
close.
That's where the road is. It's closed. They were talking about. See it right there.
Yep.
Okay, so they live. What did he say? 7 telephone poles. Hold on. So we got 1, 2. That's got to be up here. No, this is the. Looks like the entrance to the place.
That's open. Oh, but then again, we're looking at different time too.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, so they're over here somewhere. Sorry, you guys. I just don't see. They must be up a bit. Yeah, Canada is just nothing but woods, and a lot of it is, I should say.
Unless you live in the big cities.
Right. So Michelle said, so if these vehicles saw children, picked them up, could a good Samaritan took them to a station close by, trying to have a little faith positive? Well, yeah, that would be my thought if that was the deal, Michelle, but we haven't heard that. We're at 7 days now. Nobody has said they were handed over. 2 kids were found and turned over to something local. You know what I mean? So I would imagine that would be how that would be what would have happened at this point, but that hasn't happened. You know, yeah, if you see 2 kids on the road and you stop, pick them up, that you're going to stop and do that. That's fine, but you're going to turn them over to somebody. That didn't happen. What does that say there? No. Okay. Anyway, so again, I can't see these kids going anywhere. This is so rural out here. Where are they going to go unless somebody does pick them up? Okay. If we go this direction now, this would be going towards the main road from their house. I must have gone the wrong direction. No, I get it, Michelle. I feel the same way.
I know one person that was a panel guest said that they were on drugs, and then the other panel guest that came up that I sent you her link in Discord, she said no. What it could be is they smoke weed, which out there is legal all over the country.
Well, it doesn't. Again, so a lot of people do. That doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? So yeah, I get it. Let me go back up this way a little bit more.
I'm going, well, for a drug addict, she looks pretty clean.
Yeah, she looked pretty healthy for not, if they were on. He actually did too. I mean, you know, they live in the country, whatever. They're not dressing up to go into the city on a regular basis. You don't see. They're country people, you know.
Well, heck, I run around in town. I run around tank top, hoodie, and pajama bottoms. So I'm camping up on trying to look presentable.
Right. No, I understand. I mean, it's not always about looks either. You know, you don't always know, especially with 2 little ones and a newborn. You know, you don't really have time to get all dolled up or any of that stuff, and that's fine. Is this it right here? Yep, this is it right here. I found it. Sorry, guys.
There it is.
Bingo. So this is the driveway. This is the main road. If they came out in the back and got out somehow and came up this way, I mean, there's nowhere to go. And they keep saying they didn't cross that road. I don't know if I'm sure they've looked over here still, but there's nowhere else to go.
Well, in that part of Canada, what animals do they got? Bear, wolf, cat?
Bears, and I'm sure for bears for sure, coyotes. And that's what I was thinking about yesterday, were predatory animals and things like that. But I think if something would have grabbed one of them, or there was 2 of them, mind you. So
yes.
Okay, one would have probably been screaming and yelling if the other one was grabbed. That's kind of my thought on that, but there was nothing's been seen. Trying to see what this sign says real quick.
And the other thing is, since they did have the dogs out, the dogs would have hit on blood, even though they are not.
Yeah, they had to hit on something, right? And the dog stopped. Supposedly, the dog stopped in this driveway somewhere.
Kind of reminds me of Summer's case.
It really does in a lot of ways, and that.
Wow, Michelle. Michelle, may I ask, were you grounded for the rest of your life? And I was also told that it is his property. I don't know if you've heard that.
Yeah, that makes sense since his mom and brother live out there too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought maybe it was the mom's property. You know what I mean? And she let them live on it.
Well, no, he owns it, I guess. Yeah, and then that explains why she took off to another province with her family.
Mm-hmm. Well, went over to the I'm trying to think how you'd call it, the tribal area.
The reservation, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was like, "Bar, you got me."
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is a different period of time when this picture was taken, because that RV is not there now. So this must have been a while ago. Still, that's the property.
I thought the trailer house was blue, not white.
Well, like I said, it could be. It could have been painted. Like I said, this picture's probably old.
You paint trailer houses? Just asking.
Oh yeah, yes, people paint trailers all the time. Oh, I've seen it.
I lived in two my whole entire life. I can't actually say. Growing up, I lived in two. One was our first house out in the middle of nowhere with my parents when I was like 2 years old, and the other one was when I was a teenager, and nothing ever got done to either one of them. You know?
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them paint around here a lot. Different colors. You got to keep up on them. Eddie said it seemed to be all white in the interviews we saw, so maybe. I think there might have been blue trim on something else, but either way,
that didn't seem to be blue on the ones that Michelle Talks showed.
I don't know. Yeah, and they definitely, Alicia's right, definitely the older ones they want to paint because they're metal and they're not sided, so you got to keep up with it, otherwise they look like hell. But anyway, so that's the area. And again, guys, middle of nowhere. Okay, absolutely. So if the kids would have made it to the driveway, to the road, they could be standing there for God knows how long before somebody will pick them up or see them. So if it was a good Samaritan, we'll just say, I would imagine they would have went back to the door. Okay, like I said, first off, a predator out of how many people that go down this road, what are the odds that the one person is going to be a predator? You know what I mean? And not do the right thing and turn them into local law enforcement, or even go knock on the damn door thinking they belong there. I would think, but I don't know.
But do we know if this is the first time this has happened or not?
That's another question. We don't. That's a good point, Taylor, because we don't know this. If this has ever happened before.
Because they're saying the little girl's autistic. I mean, I know my son would be autistic at 3 years old. That's when he started escaping. You know.
Well, she said that the kids were undiagnosed autistic, possibly. That's
because the little girl didn't talk till she was something, and of course you watched the birthday party one yesterday, so
yeah, she was just screaming and stuff. But that again, kids do that all the time when they get excited. Everybody was singing, you know what I'm saying? So I can't really clarify that as being what it is. But she talks now, and she talks clearly. I my understanding, but I could be wrong.
Well, so does my 10-year-old, and even the speech pathologist told me that he has a vocabulary as a 20-year-old college student.
Right.
And I'm going, I don't know how.
Well, I mean, stranger things have happened. That's the truth. That's the truth. So let me see here. Just want to double check one thing before we move on, because we do have a couple other things to look at. I just wanted to make as much time on this as I could to make sure it's being seen and heard. by as many people as possible because it is a serious thing. Yeah, here, hold on a minute. Just want to see for sure. Just a minute. I still don't understand why she blocked him. If he's there, that's what's a little strange to me. She blocks him from everything on any, like being able to reach out to her. But if he's at the house where they're looking for these kids, this should be, I wouldn't have done that. That's all I'm saying. That's just my opinion. All right, this was put out 3 hours ago. I think this is one of the newest things I've seen besides what we've watched already. So let's see here. Right, Eddie. Out of 10 cars that pass by, how many abduct the children rather than knock on the parents' door and say, hey, are you missing your 2 kids? That's what I mean, dude. You know what I mean? Not everybody's a predator, folks. There's a lot of them out there, but not everybody's a predator. And
Or at least took them to, the police department.
Something. Yeah. Me, for instance, I'd have said, hey, where do you live? Are you okay? Is that your house? Is your mom and dad here? You do those kinds of things, decent people. Oh, well, I live right there. And you walk them to the front door and say, hey, are these your kids? And then you leave. That's all there is to it. But again, what are the odds that a predator is going to go by as the first person they see? That's just pretty like 1 in 1,000, in my opinion, at least. But then again, nowadays, if you found 2 kids, I'd be scared to put them in my car. No, I understand. I do 100%. I'd still at least try to help though, because I would want somebody to do that for my kids. You know what I mean?
Nova Scotia's RCMP has scaled back its week-long investigation for 2 missing children.
We're transitioning from a full-scale search to searches of more specific spaces that have already been searched by our teams. We're not packing up, and we're not giving up. Our investigation is broad, and it won't end until we know where Lily and Jack are and can bring them home.
6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing on Friday, May 2nd. The children's mother and stepfather believe the 2 either wandered from their home in Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia. Helicopters, drones, and tracking dogs have been used in the search, but no signs of the children have been found. So to explain more about this ongoing investigation, I'm joined this morning by Chris Lewis. He's CTV's public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Anne-Marie.
There's so many questions still around both this investigation and this mystery around what happened to these 2 young children. Yesterday, the RCMP announced that they've scaled back their search. They said they're going to be circling back on areas that have been looked at before. So what does that tell you, this move signal at this stage of the investigation?
That tells me that they're not there. If they've already gone back through that and they've already gone back and they're going again, they're not there, in my opinion, you guys. They're just not there.
Well, yeah, thanks.
What'd you say?
I said I would agree.
Yeah, I just don't think they're there. I mean, they had a lot of people out there. They've covered this ground above, on the ground, 3 choppers, multiple drones. Guys, I just don't feel like they're there. I really don't feel like they're there.
Thanks for having me, Anne-Marie. There's a couple of things at play here. Either the police know more than we do, which is quite likely, particularly from an investigative perspective. Things they're not saying. It was very, very clear yesterday in the press conference that the staff sergeant in charge of the investigative side of this said just things he couldn't say. At the same time, it's very, very intense and very thick.
What he just said is what's on my mind, and has been for a while. The captain for the, I said it earlier, I can't think of it. The investigative unit that's watching this said that there's things that they can't talk about. I believe they have a lead on something that they can't bring out. And I think they know something. That's what I'm saying. That's been on my mind since I heard that. That they believe something's gone on that they just can't put out there because they don't have the proof yet to do it. And they're still investigating it. And they're trying, they hold it to close to their chest because that's the smart thing to do. So this is what I'm waiting to see.
area that they're searching, very difficult to traverse, even for trained adults, let alone children. So they've obviously made the decision that they don't believe the kids have got further than their perimeter, the area they've already searched. So they want to go back and research it. And he also specifically said there's areas that they want to revisit. So why is that? It's disturbing to me that they think the children may not be alive, but the RCMP are really good at this, big searches and investigations, and so they know something we don't, and we have to trust them that hopefully these kids will be found alive, and they'll, if possible, they will do so.
Is it possible one of the areas they're going to go back and research is the children's home and the property surrounding?
It could well be. It could be specific areas in that turf that maybe there's water, culverts and things like that. I don't know. I'm only guessing here, but they're pretty careful to how they worded it all, and which makes me think, once again, from an investigative perspective, they.
I don't know you, Vaughn. I never heard that before just now, so I have no idea.
Know something we don't, which is almost always the case. But the investigation, the search always happen in parallel. But in this case, it appears that it seems to be narrowing down to a point that we're going to know something soon, and fingers crossed it's good news, but they're not holding out a whole pile of hope at this point, unfortunately.
It's interesting that your experience and instinct tell you that they're narrowing in on something soon. One thing else that stood out was that major crimes is still part of this investigation. They were at that press conference on Wednesday. What does that say, that this is a search and rescue / search recovery, but also that major crimes is involved?
Well, major crimes would always be involved with missing children, because either they're lost, which is certainly what they've been hoping to be the case, and then find them alive, or they've met with foul play in some way. And there's a couple of different avenues that could go, either a stranger abduction or someone that is known to them. And so major crime would always be following that up until they really have proof one way or another as to what's happened to these kids. So that's not uncommon at all.
During that press conference yesterday, police said that the likelihood of the children being alive was very low. That stood out to me, and you mentioned it as well. When one officer was asked at how they arrived at that conclusion, he only offered scientific methods. What does that mean?
Well, based on probabilities, previous searches, a lot of data that's been gathered over the years, and just experience of these searchers and the search masters, they made a determination that they don't think these kids could have got out of where they are. So that being the case, and have the fact they've been all through there, and some weather issues, although the weather's not all that bad, they've determined there's no way that they could be alive in their view, which is very sad. But at the same time, I've seen searches where adults have been missing for weeks in similar weather and found alive. So you can never say never. And the fact that they're leaning that way causes me even more concern.
One last question for you. The parents say they believe the children were abducted. Police say they don't have any evidence to suggest that. So then what options are left?
Well, why are the parents saying that? It would be the first question from the investigators. What makes you believe that? Because if they are, then the police want to know that. The stepfather said very clearly he's been offered he offered to have polygraphs, and he's given them everything. So there's quite an investigation going on around the family. I'm not suggesting there's anything untoward there, but police are obviously following that part of it very closely, and hopefully they'll come up with something soon. This is just a tragedy extraordinaire.
Heartbreak for the family and the community and everyone involved. Chris Lewis, CTV's public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner. Thank you for your time and your expertise this morning.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Okay, well, again, guys, we're going to keep trying to follow up with this. Anytime we get anything new on it, all we can do is hope and pray. That's the only thing we can really do. Why are the parents thinking that exactly? What a strange thing to believe. Yeah, no, I agree, Eddie. Like, that's where they go automatically. Now, the fact that if it's true that the stepfather offered up to do polygraphs, so on and so forth, that says something to me a little bit. That he's, trying to show his innocence and so on and so forth. That doesn't mean nothing happened. We just don't know yet. That's the worst. The absolute worst. This is such a sad thing, guys, and it's really heartbreaking to know that these poor kids, God knows whatever's going on. I don't even know. At that point, we're going to have to go forward now to the next subject here because we're getting along at time. I spent a lot of time on that because it's just there's a lot, and it's important in my opinion. So hold on a minute here. The next thing I want to talk about is I'm beyond pissed about it too. That was why I didn't go there first. So hold on. So I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the Tyree Nichols case I covered a while back. We talked about it again just a little bit the other day. Well, I don't even know what to say about this. I just don't. Not at all.
We are following some breaking news. 3 former Memphis police officers have just been found not guilty on all charges in the state trial over the beating death of Tyree Nichols.
The jury reaching that verdict on just the second day of deliberations. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent George Solis. He's been tracking this. He joins us now. George,
oh
take
yeah,
us through
definitely
the verdict
Raquel.
and the reaction inside the court.
Yeah, this verdict was unanimous over the course of 2 days after a
Yes,
trial that
busy.
started back on April 28th. The jury coming back and delivering a not guilty verdict for all of the.
Now, if anybody saw this video, I showed the video. If anybody saw this video at all, explain to me how. I don't understand this. I'm so mad about this right now. It makes no sense.
7 counts in this indictment. They are as followed. The most serious, of course, being that second-degree murder charge. You heard the jury there saying not guilty for Demetrius Haley, Tadarius Bean, and Justice Smith. On count 2 for the aggravated assault act in concert, not guilty. For count 3, aggravated kidnapping, not guilty. Count 4, aggravated kidnapping, not guilty. Count 5, official misconduct. And then count 6, which was another count of official misconduct, both not guilty. And then count 7, that official oppression charge, also found not guilty. Within the courtroom, you saw a number of hugs that were taking place, obviously from the officers. They're the former officers, their elation on their faces after this verdict was read. Again, these 3 officers still face the prospect of years in prison after they were convicted in federal court of charges last year. Again, these were for the state charges. Some more reaction coming in forthcoming. We are waiting to hear from attorney Ben Crump, who we understand also put out a statement shortly after this verdict was read. We'll go ahead and get that to you. We have not heard at this point if there's any reaction from the mother of Tyree Nichols, who was one of the state's witnesses in this case. Very emotional, again, during this trial that began back on April 28th. Pretty quick turnaround when you consider how much this jury was charged with going down this list of charges. 21 counts between the 3 officers overall. But again, at this hour, the 7-count indictment, the jury coming back finding not guilty for all of these charges. And again, we'll wait to see what the sentencing is for those federal charges. Again, this story developing over the course of this case, guys. I should note there were 21 witnesses brought in total. The state only bringing up 5, including Tyree Nichols' mother. Defense bringing 17 witnesses to this case. Again, reaction still forthcoming, and we're waiting to see if the former officers, have any reaction post this verdict, guys.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
This is what's wrong with our judicial system right here. Right here. There's no two ways to even speak on it. Unbelievable.
It's saddening. Now I understand why Chico was crying yesterday.
It makes no sense to me. None at all. If they saw the video, even a piece of the video, it makes 0 sense. None. None at all. And hold on. If the federal charges can find them, if they were found guilty in a federal court, I don't understand how the state's doing this. It just doesn't make any sense. And I'm not going to go into it too much because I'm just absolutely floored over this. I'm not sure, Mama Bear. I haven't seen much with the other 2 since we first covered the case. I don't know, but I'm going to tell you right now, this is wrong. This is what's wrong with the justice system. This is where it's broke at. And they need to fix this. This is a big deal. It's a real big deal. That basically just states, they basically said that they can do what they want to do and get away with it. Because they just did. And I am beyond disgusted over this. This was a father, a son, a brother, and he's gone for no reason because they felt like it. And I don't care what they say. They denied it in court and said that it wasn't true. But one of the police officers took a picture of what he did to him and then sent it to the girl that they both knew. So you tell me. You tell me. I won't believe that that's not what it was. I just won't. I just don't even know. I don't know how to explain this or how to understand.
News that the verdict is in the state trial of 3 former MPD officers in the beating death of Tyree Nichols. Now, we've been covering this case from beginning till right now, which seems to be the end, as we've gotten word that the jury has reached a verdict. We have not heard that verdict yet. The jury is being seated. The courtroom is being seated. We want to take a live look at the courtroom here in just a second and give you an idea of what it looks like there. This is a live look in the courtroom. Now we want to stop what we're doing and let you hear what's happening in the courtroom right now.
Yes. Yes. Yes, you will. All right, polling the jury. The court will read the verdict as follows. An indictment 2300241, State of Tennessee versus Darius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. If counsel would like to stand with their clients. The verdicts read as follows. Count 1, second-degree murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justice Smith, not guilty. Count 2. Aggravated assault, acting in concert. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 3, aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 4, aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 5, official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official authority. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 5, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 5, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 6, official misconduct, refraining from performing a duty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. We, the jury,
I don't know,
find the
Eddie.
defendant,
I can't answer that
Demetrius
either, bud.
Haley, not guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 7, official oppression. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tydarius Bean, not guilty.
I'll be honest, you guys. I thought that this would invoke some form of rioting or just chaos, mass chaos, and I haven't seen that yet. So I don't know. It's just crazy.
Count 7, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 7, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. All verdict forms have been signed by the foreperson. Attorneys, you can have a seat with your clients. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have performed your duty. We appreciate the time and attention that you all have given to this case. We will...
This came out yesterday, I believe. Fizzy. I can't remember exactly what time, but sometime yesterday in the afternoon.
No, it was yesterday afternoon. You were live whenever it came out, I do believe.
I think so. So I think it was early afternoon, I'll be honest. Most juries are so brainwashed to believe cops. Look how fast they find. Yeah, agreed. It's a good point, Aurora. It is.
Now, excuse you all from the courtroom.
And there you go. You have the information that we just heard live from the courtroom. Not guilty on all counts for all 3 former MPD officers. Tydarius Bean, Justin Smith, and Demetrius Haley all faced several counts, 7 charges in total each of them getting a not guilty verdict on each count. I'll just go back through some of this here real briefly for you for a second in case you missed a little bit of it. Tydarius Bean, not guilty. All 3 former MPD officers found not guilty of second-degree murder, found not guilty of aggravated assault and acting in concert. Want to go through this with you again. Found not 3 on count 3, which was aggravated kidnapping and bodily injury. Again, not guilty on count 4, which was aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon. On count 5, which was official misconduct, which was unauthorized excessive exercise of official authority, found not guilty. Another official misconduct count, which was count 6, again, not guilty. And then count 7, official oppression, not guilty. So all 3 former MPD officers getting not guilty verdicts on each of the 7 counts that they faced in the state trial in the death of Tyree Nichols. Again, want to reset this whole thing for you. The verdict has just come in 20 minutes ago. We came on air to bring you that live information as they were getting ready to seat the jury. And then as we were seating the jury, we got that information and we were able to bring it to you again. Not guilty on all 7 counts for each of the 3 former MPD officers. You see them on your screen. This is in this.
I think the other 2 pled guilty last year and they just wrote it out, took whatever it was, and it's done. I think that's what happened. Don't quote me. But yeah, that's insane, you guys. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. None. I want to show you guys something here. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you guys just a little bit of Tyree Nichols' mother as giving her testimony per se. Hey, JC, good to see you today, dear. Hope you're having a good day.
You can proceed.
I feel so bad for this woman. You have no idea.
Good afternoon.
Will you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please?
Hello, my name is Robon Wells. I'm the mother of Tyree Nichols.
Ms. Wells, will you spell your first and last name for the court reporter and for the jury, please?
My first name is R-O-W, V is in Victor, A-U-G-H-N is in Nancy, last name Wells, W-E-L-L-S.
I don't think so, Cap. Not that I know of. Not yet.
You mentioned you were the mother of Tyree Nichols.
Yes.
Tell the jury, are you married?
Yes.
Who is your husband?
Rodney Wells.
And how long have you and Mr. Rodney been married?
It'll be 13 years in November.
You mentioned Tyree was your son. Do you have other children?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about your other children, their names?
Kiana Dixon is my oldest daughter. Michael Cotrier is my oldest son. Lindsay Dupree is my middle son, and Tyree is my baby.
Miss Wells, are you a native Memphian?
No,
Can you tell the jury when you moved to Memphis?
I moved to Memphis in 2008, March of 2008.
And I want to draw your attention back to the time of January 2023. At that time, where were you living in Memphis?
It's 6743 Castlegate
Right,
Lane.
Cap.
And who lived with you at 6743 Castlegate?
My husband and my son Tyree.
Where were you employed back at that time in January 2023?
First Horizon Bank.
Was Mr. Rodney Wells employed at that time?
Yes.
And where did he work?
At FedEx.
Was Tyree Nichols employed at that time?
Yes.
Where did he work?
At FedEx.
Did your husband and son work together at FedEx?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the date of January 7th, 2023, a Saturday. Tell the jury what you remember about how that day started and specifically your interactions with Tyree that morning.
Well, when I woke up that morning, Tyree wasn't at home. He came in about 11:30 that morning. There was a co-worker that was teaching Ty how to drive the forklift. So Tyree would go in on Saturdays and they would he would teach him how to do the forklift. Tyree, like I said, he came in about 11:30. We spoke briefly. He went and laid down. He got up about 2 o'clock or something like that. He took a shower, messed around the house. And about 3:30, he was on his way out the door.
And as he was on his way out, did you have a conversation with him before he left?
Yes, I was actually in the kitchen. I had just was taking out some food for dinner that night. He asked me what I was cooking. And he said, Mama, are you getting ready? Are you cooking some chicken? And I said, yes. And he said, well, how are you going to make it? And I said, well, I think I'm going to do sesame chicken today. And he just kind of rubbed his stomach. Okay. So about 3:30, he was on his way out the door. He hugged me and said, I'll see you later.
Did he enjoy your sesame chicken?
No, he never made it home to enjoy my sesame chicken.
Tell the jury what's the next thing you heard about Tyree that day.
Well, about 8:30. I say about 8:30-ish, 8:45, somewhere up in there. We got a knock at the door. My husband and I, we were getting ready to watch a basketball game. I was complaining about my stomach hurting earlier. So he decided to come in the room with me and watch the game. And we were just going to lay across the bed and watch the game. We got a knock at the door. Bang, 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 Memphis police. My husband went to the door. I heard a gentleman say, does Tyree Nichols live here? My husband, he paused a second, and then I came to the door, and I said, yes, Tyree lives here. I'm his mother. What's going on? They proceeded to tell me, the police officer that was at the door, it was actually 2 police officers at the door. One proceeded to tell me that Tyree was arrested. And I asked him why he was arrested. And they said for DUI. And DUI, that didn't sound right to me.
And tell the jury, why didn't that make sense to you?
Because my son, he doesn't drink like that to have a DUI. We're not drinkers in our family. So Ty would barely drink a beer, or something. So it just didn't seem right to me. They proceeded to ask me, was he on drugs? Did he do any type of drugs? And I said, no, we don't do any type of drugs. Smoke a little marijuana. And I said, why?
Don't forget he worked for FedEx, folks. So to keep your job, they drug test, you can't get DUIs, this and that. And he cared about his job too. So there's that.
They said because he had all this wild strength and all this strength and everything, and they had to end up pepper spraying him and tasing him. And that still didn't sound right to me. And I made a statement. Well, if all of that happened, then somebody must have put something in his drink or something if they were saying all of this stuff happened. So the officer told me that
That's the biggest point in this entire statement. This is why I wanted to show you guys some of this, okay? Alicia just said, does law enforcement usually show up to a parent's home to tell them someone's been arrested? Nope, they sure don't. Never have I ever heard of that in my life. And it sounds to me like they did this because they knew they did something wrong. That's my opinion. Sounds good, Cap.
they're going to be taking my son to the hospital. I asked them where my son was.
There it is right there, because they're taking him to the hospital because they knew they did something wrong.
And the officer said he was nearby. And I said, nearby? And they said they were going to take him to the hospital because he had been tased and pepper sprayed.
Exactly,
I said, okay,
Alicia.
what hospital is he going to? I need to go. The officer told me that I could not go because Ty was arrested. He proceeded to get some more information from us and everything.
And that's not true either. If that's not true. By the what she just said, what they told her, that's not true either. So.
And then they left.
After those officers left, what did you do next?
After the officers left, I started kind of pacing the floor a little bit. I got my phone and I started trying to call my son. He didn't answer. I told my husband, come on, let's go. Let's go find Ty. He took a little too long and I had jumped in the truck, my SUV. And there was another police officer just sitting out there. So my husband came. We were going to take the route that we thought, Ty would come home. And because they were saying that they were taking him to the hospital, we just kind of assumed that it would be St. Francis because that's where normally they take, people. So as we got into our vehicle and we drove to Rains and Castlegate, we made a right on Rains. No, we made a right on Ross. I'm sorry. We made a right on Ross. We got down to Rains and Ross. And that's when we noticed Ty's car.
Now, that intersection at Ross and Rains where you see Ty's car, how far is that from your house, Ms. Wells?
Maybe a half a mile.
When you saw Ty's car there, what did you do?
We immediately pulled over and I got out the car and I started speaking to the officer that was there. The officer asked me again. It was a different officer. He asked me again, was my son on any type of drugs or anything, because he just had all this strength and all this Hulk Hogan strength and everything. And they had to do all these things to him in order for them to arrest him. And I kept trying to find out why they were arresting him in the first place.
And did that officer you were speaking with at Ross and Rains answer that question for you?
I don't recall. He just said my son was pulled over for DUI and he ran from the police. I think that's what he said. I can't remember if he said.
Did you come into contact with any other officers at that scene or just one?
There was another officer there. They were gathering up the tape. He spoke to me, the officer did, and he handed me his card. After that, we left and went back to the house.
At that point, what is your plan? Are you waiting to hear more, or what were you doing during that time?
Well, when I got back home, I called my daughter because I was actually on the phone with my daughter prior to the police.
Yeah, Cap, it was.
And I called to let her know Ty's been arrested, and she said, "What?" And after I explained to her what was told to me, we were both kind of baffled about it. And I said, well, there's nothing I can do tonight. I don't even know where he is. I'll just figure it out tomorrow and I'll let you guys know what's going on.
What is the next thing you heard about or from Ty?
About 4:00 in the morning, I received a phone call from a doctor from St. Francis Hospital. The doctor asked me if I knew if my son was in the hospital. I said, yes. I heard he got arrested and he was tased and pepper sprayed. The doctor said, no, ma'am, your son is sick. And I said, what do you mean he's sick?
The doctor said, other than some of the prints behind it, she can't go into what the diagnostics are.
Your Honor, may we approach? what he said.
My cousin, and I said, get over here right now. We need to get to the hospital and go see Ty.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
Who went to the hospital with you at that time?
My cousin Tony, she came over to meet us, and my husband and I.
What hospital was Ty at?
At St. Francis Hospital.
And tell the jury what happened when you walked into St. Francis.
As we were walking into St. Francis, there was another officer walking in. We were kind of going in the same direction. So I asked, you're working late tonight, huh? He said, yes. He said, I'm here to sit with a prisoner. And I said, well, is the prisoner's name Tyree Nichols? And he said, yes. And I said, well, that's my son. He said, oh, okay, well, follow me. So we all proceeded to walk to Ty's room.
Ms. Wells, I know this is going to be difficult, but I want you to explain for the jury when you went in Ty's room, what you saw, what Tyree looked like, what you saw, what you felt, what happened in that moment.
When I walked into the room and I saw my son, I immediately went over to him and I fell out on him because my son was beaten to a pulp. His head was the size of a watermelon. His nose was broken. His neck was split open from the swelling.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
He was bruised from head to toe. It was like they beat the shit out of him. That's what they did. They beat the shit out of my son and left him for dead. That's what they did.
And Ms. Wells, were there other officers in that hospital room when you walked in?
The doctor was there. There were some other officers in there. Once I saw my son and I basically passed out on him, basically. I just laid on him and just started crying. And I just burst out and said, what the fuck is going on here? This does not look like no pepper spray and no tasing. And a police officer took my husband and I out the room. My cousin stayed there and took us into another room. I want to say it was a sergeant or captain, I can't remember. We spoke briefly. And then next thing you know, all the Shelby County police and everybody was out the room. They said TBI had taken over the case. And all the police officers that were there were gone. And so it was just the TBI, the nurses, the doctor, and my husband and my cousin. We were in the room with my son.
When you saw your son, was he ever responsive to you that night?
No. Tyree was not responsive. He was on a breathing machine, and the machine was keeping him alive.
She's referring to a respirator, a ventilator, per se. He never was responsive. He never gained consciousness again. He never came back from that at all. At all. Okay. I'm not going to keep going with this because this is horrid. I'm just explaining to you what this woman had to see as a mother, as a human being, to her own child, to another human being, that five plus, I believe, other police officers and other human beings did to another human being for no reason whatsoever. No reason whatsoever. When TBI came in, they all left, Jess. This is beyond uncalled for. And now they were exonerated of this. They were found innocent of this. And I don't understand this at all. I'll never understand this, you guys. That's what I wanted to show you, was a little bit of his mother having to deal with this, what she had to say. He was a half a mile away from this woman's house, trying to get there, yelling for her while they were beating on him, tasing him, pepper spraying him, all of it. And I don't understand. I don't understand how the jury watched that video and found those officers innocent of this. I don't get this. Like Miss Wisdom said up here, was the jury bought and paid for? I just don't get this. Now, you guys understand something, and I'm not trying to be ignorant here, but if this was 3 white police officers that did this, it would have been done. Okay? Done. Or vice versa. It would have been done. This makes no sense to me. No sense to me. Or if the victim was white and these officers would have done this would have been done. We all know how this would have went. This is wrong. In every aspect of the world, this is wrong. Exactly. I don't understand this. I'll never get this. And I swear to God that they need to appeal this somehow. I don't know how you can appeal something like this. I don't know what you can do, but this needs to be, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I went off when I heard this. Absolutely went off. I don't get it. And I never will. I never will. I'm beyond sad over this, you guys. This makes me sick. And all I can do is pray for this woman, her family. And for Tyree himself. That's all I know. So at that point, guys, we're gonna move on to something a little bit different. I just wanted to put my feelings out there on this for those of you that didn't know this too. We're gonna move on to the next segment here, which is a little bit more lighthearted. Oh, okay. Thank you, Wisdom. Hold on then. Let me pull that up first. I didn't even see that. Sorry. This is the district attorney's reaction to the verdict. Thank you, Wisdom. I was looking for that earlier. I think I was so frustrated I didn't know what to look for. They are good people, JC. Good family, everything. So, all right. So this is the DA's reaction, folks.
Sure. Thank you. I want the trial team to flank me. So we are obviously disappointed by today's verdict. We respect the jury's decision, but we obviously strongly disagree with it. We, in good faith, brought this case, and I am convinced to this day that we had compelling evidence that showed that there was proof for every element of every one of the offenses that we charged. The jury took a different view. That is, of course, their right. That's the part of the decision. I want to start out by commending the trial team, Mr. Hagerman, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Headley, who did an excellent job. I wouldn't have done anything different. I thought they brought a compelling case to bear. I also want to commend the family of Tyree Nichols, who showed extraordinary grace and resilience through an incredible ordeal, an unimaginable ordeal. It's hard for me to understand, as I'm sure it's hard for the public to understand, or many in the public anyway, who watched that video, who heard the testimony, who heard the compelling arguments of trial counsel. It's hard for us to imagine how someone could say that none of the defendants were guilty of any of the charges. I personally think any fair-minded person who watches the video would come to the conclusion that everybody there had some responsibility for Tyree Nichols' death. But as I said, the jury took a different view. What I do know is this: Tyree Nichols is dead and deserves to be alive. And that is a tragedy. It's my hope that the public understands that this is part of the system and that our office will continue to push for accountability for everybody who violates the law, including, if not especially, those who are sworn to uphold it.
What do you think what just didn't connect? What do you think it was? Was it the training? Was it the character witnesses? What do you think it was?
It's so hard to figure that out. It could be any number of a million things, and I am disinclined to try to say, oh, we should have done this differently or we should have done that differently, because I think the trial team did an excellent job. Obviously you had a situation where, arguably two of the more culpable defendants were not present. Then that allowed the remaining defendants to point the finger at others. I personally think that when you take a look at all of the evidence, that shouldn't matter. Perhaps the jury took a different view. It's just impossible to say.
I know it's very early, but is this a case that you all are looking to retry?
I think it is too early for us to say that. I don't know what the grounds would be for that. We do have to accept the finality of a jury verdict in most cases.
Any thoughts about the jury being from Chattanooga and an all-white jury?
Obviously, people have mentioned that as an issue. I'm not going to speculate about that. I think it's a testimony to the fairness of our criminal justice system that we bent over backwards to get a jury from another jurisdiction to assure that the defendants were given a fair trial.
That's what I thought, was that the other 2 out of the 5 pled guilty beforehand, and that was the end of it. So
beyond that, I don't think I should comment.
The defense did work on pointing at Emmett Martin as the most violent of everyone there. It seems that the man has landed with the jury. You're securing a guilty plea for Emmett Martin. Can you talk a little more about his involvement?
Well, obviously, I think the proof speaks for itself, and Mr. Martin was, extremely involved and culpable, and played a key role in the unjustified death of Tyree Nichols. What's going to happen over the federal court and what will happen with his case remains to be seen.
What kind of conversation did you have with Tyree Nichols' family when they left today?
We spoke to them briefly. Obviously, they were devastated. I think you could imagine that they would be devastated. I think they were outraged, and I think we can understand why they'd be outraged by this result, given the evidence. They quite understandably decided that they needed to go home and process all this, and we're going to give them that respect and respect their privacy.
What sort of message does this give to specifically the Memphis Police Department, who just got done with this pattern and practice investigation and really doesn't have to grapple with the consequences of that either?
Right. So it's important to note that, there have been guilty verdicts over on the federal side. I'm not going to speculate about what will happen over on the federal side, but it's not like there have been no consequences whatsoever from the tragic killing of Tyree Nichols. I personally think that if we're going to make any sense of this tragedy, if we're going to have any silver lining from this dark cloud of both the event itself and, in my view, today's verdict, it has to be that we need to reaffirm our commitment to police reform and to doing what we need to do to make sure that tragedies like this don't happen again. And
I agree with that.
I remain committed to that. I'm sure the city of Memphis remains committed to that, and we're not giving up on that.
Are you surprised that they didn't? Because they could have gone for lesser charges than second-degree murder. 9 different charges they could have gotten, and they didn't even have to go to those. Did that surprise you?
Was I surprised that there wasn't a single guilty verdict on any of the counts or any of the lesser included offenses, given the overwhelming evidence that I think that we presented?
That's what I don't understand, is the evidence was on video. It was a video. It wasn't like it was circumstantial evidence, like it was word of mouth, it was hearsay. It was a video of it happening. And I don't know what else people need to see to know that this happened. To know that, I mean, Jesus Christ, you guys. Taylor, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, question then. If you see the video with Tyree Nichols in it before?
Yes, I have.
I think you were here when I played it. So to see what happened in that video, you see it blatantly happening, that they beat the living death out of this man. Multiple people did this, kicked him in his head, stomped on him, kicked him again, hit him with the batons. They tased him multiple times. They pepper sprayed him. All of these things happened. In your mind, as another person with your eyes watching this happen, would you think they were guilty?
Yes, 100%. But then I also had to put myself in that mother's position if that was my kid.
I don't know how she sat there and took that verdict and didn't flip out on somebody. I just don't understand that. Yeah, and with all that, and they still let them. They let it go. The jury
Who's the
watched the video.
officer-looking guy standing behind him?
I'm sorry.
The African American gentleman standing. Yeah, that guy.
He's a deputy bailiff in the courtroom.
Okay, if you watch his face as he's talking,
Mm-hmm.
very interesting.
Oh, okay. I was just
So,
listening.
like,
to
if
him.
you have time by yourself, sit there and watch it.
Yeah, I will. I got you. I see what you're saying. But so therefore, again, you saw it. You feel the same. Like is it understandable to you how the hell this happened? Other than, like Wisdom said, either the jury was paid off, or is it because this is down south? I don't know. People have said that. I've seen people say that in other streams and stuff. That, well, this is what happens in the South. They don't blah blah blah. That can't be true.
No.
This was a blatant act of
Honestly, whenever the African American guy was beaten to death back in, was it the 2020? Can't remember his name off the top.
The
of
guy
my
that
head.
they chased down in the pickup truck that they had rifles. Yeah, the jogger. I remember.
And at the same time, we also had we had several in this past time frame that have been African American, where cops have literally mutilated them.
Right.
I started crying the other day. It was last Friday before last when I was posted. I was upset, very upset, because of what happened with the teenage boys down in Texas.
Right. Oh yeah.
I was like, you know what? I'm Native American. We're losing family members and sisters and brothers every day. You don't see us acting that way.
Right. And this was in Georgia. And I don't understand. I didn't have words when this was dropped in my Discord yesterday. I didn't have words or this morning. I didn't have words for this. I don't know how to respond to this, because I clearly thought, watching the video, that anybody watching that video would say, oh my God, you guilty as charged 100% and then some. Nope. I don't understand this. Something's wrong with this. It's beyond wrong with this. Okay. There's something else going on that these people did not watch that video and say, I'll be damned. The man did it. Period. No two ways. Period.
Well, like I said, we know that went federal, is going to federal.
Tennessee. I'm sorry, not Georgia. My apologies.
Yeah, I would say it's Tennessee, it's one of those states that is a lot different than Oklahoma. We'll just put it that way.
I guess, but still, Taylor, this is just like humankind, like these are people. We have brains. You see this happening and you're still going to say, nope, they didn't do it. Like, of course they did it, but you can't justify what they did. I don't care what the hell the stop was for.
And I overheard someone say that we've, a lot of us, I guess, have never served on a jury, which I haven't either.
No,
but you're given breakdowns of what you complete, from what I hear.
Yeah.
What you can vote on. You can't,
Sure.
Well, I know I see them doing it, but could it be because of this other person over here making them feel like they have to type thing? You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I wondered. Did they feel like they had to do this? Was it because it was law enforcement that was involved? Or, I mean, this is so stupid. That's another thing. Fizzy just said, are we becoming that desensitized? Well, it seems like some of us may be. Yes, Aurora, Ahmaud Arbery. That was the one that I was beyond. I mean, they hunted that man. He was jogging, and because he wasn't in the wrong neighborhood, they chased him down in the back of pickup trucks with rifles and beat the hell out of him again. He was hunted, in my opinion. And that was in Georgia. That's what I was saying, Georgia too. That doesn't happen, you guys. Come on, this is 2025, not 1925. Okay. They need to pull their heads out. People need to pull their heads out of their asses and realize, like, we've come a long ways. It's time to catch up. And this is insane. This is
yes,
disgusting.
Aurora, the shootings are getting bad. We had, I think, has it been 2 in Oklahoma City in the past week?
They're every other day now. Every other day we see a mass shooting. JLR has been like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and he's always on in ICMEL. They're every other day now. I was just saying this the other day. Do you guys remember when it was like once a year, if that, or every couple years? And then it got to the point where it was every few months, maybe, or every month, every 6 months. It's like every other day. when I come on here, there's another mass shooting, whether it's 3 people or 2 people or 20 people. What the hell? Enough is enough. Seriously, enough is enough. It's got to stop. All of this violence. There is no call for this. It's not solving any issues. If you're that angry, then go to a therapist. Take medication. Whatever you got to do. Stop killing people. I'm sick of seeing it.
Yes, I was surprised. Do I have an explanation for it? No.
How much did the state rely on the videos from that night, the Sky Cop video, the body cam videos? How much did you all rely on that as far as the
That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, you saw the evidence. You saw the trial as well as I. I think it speaks for itself. Certainly the videos were a big part of the state's case, as they understandably would be. But I don't think the trial team relied entirely on the videos. I think they brought to bear witness testimony, very effective cross-examination of the defense witnesses, and some compelling opening and closing arguments. And I think when you add it all together, I think the state did a hell of a job. I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking about any of the decisions the trial team made. I think they did an excellent job. They're a credit to our office. You know, anybody who does any kind of jury trial work knows that you just can't predict what a jury will do. Them's the.
Once again, I don't care what anybody says. I know they debunked this in the court, so on and so forth, about the one officer's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend leaving him and was interested in Tyree, blah, 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 whatever it was. Don't tell me that had nothing to do with this, because I'll tell you you're wrong. I will. I'm sorry, but I'll tell you you're wrong. It's obvious. The man took a picture of Tyree, I think more than one, and sent it to that one woman. That didn't have nothing to do with this. Miss me with that bullshit. Sorry. Come on. Absolute bullshit.
Breaks, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, particularly in a case like this. But like I said, we can strongly disagree with the jury's verdict, but we nonetheless respect the jury.
Do you have any messages for people in the community who have had direct confrontations with not only the Scorpion team, but other police officers? There are federal lawsuits that are currently underway. People who have accused the Memphis Police Department of brutality. Do you have any message to them?
I guess my message to the community would be twofold. A, even if you were out there outraged by this verdict, please respond in a lawful, peaceful manner.
I'll say that to anybody. I don't care if you're outraged or not. If you get pulled over by Memphis police, please do whatever they tell you to do. I don't care what color you are. I don't trust Memphis police to save my life. I don't. I'm sure there's good cops there. But after seeing this happen, no. That's 100% it right there. They were lunch buddies at work. And that officer was jealous. And this is what happened because they used to eat lunch together. Are you kidding me? You're kidding me, right? That's insane. That's the utmost, most absolute abuse of power I've ever seen in my life. And it's disgusting.
Second, as I said earlier, with respect to any charge of violation of the law, including by those who are sworn to uphold it, we'll enforce the law. And just as we did aggressively in this case, we'll do that in any other case in which the facts and the law suggest that anybody in the law enforcement community or anybody else has violated the law and used excessive force.
Does Mr. Hackerman or Headley or Johnson have any comment?
Yeah, please.
Y'all tried the case.
We tried real hard. We fought real hard in there. We knew this was always going to be difficult. As DA Mulway said, we're trying the 3 least culpable in terms of, obviously, Mr. Martin was the primary actor, and he's entered a guilty plea. Mr. Mills with the baton strikes, again, a primary actor, and he's entered a guilty plea. So we knew this trial would be hard. I think y'all saw us fight in there. We did the best we could, and the family, they've been great through this. Today's heartbreaking to them, but they've been with us fighting.
What is it like for you all to go through all of this, looking at the video and talking with the family? Definitely expecting something else.
It's disappointing. It's heartbreaking. You try cases. It's a business of trying cases, though. Okay. There's always risk and there's reward, but we keep on going. We try to get justice. And I think we tried hard in there this week to get justice. I know the family was behind us, and we didn't get the result we wanted or they wanted, but they've thought about Tyree obviously a lot this week. And they're thinking about Tyree now. And
Thank you. Was there any bit of evidence that was presented over the last week and a half, or any argument made by the defense that felt particularly salient to you guys that you kind of were, this kind of sucks to deal with and try and move around?
I don't think we can at this point sort of, like I said, Monday morning quarterback or think retroactively about this or that. This blow was particularly powerful, that one was particularly powerful. I think structurally, as Mr. Hagman has already mentioned, the two defendants who were most culpable weren't present in the courtroom, right? That doesn't
100%
mean that
Moonlit.
the defendants weren't culpable. You heard our arguments in there about criminal responsibility, people being responsible for the acts of another, the duty to intervene, the duty to take affirmative steps at what was clearly a person being beaten to death. That was a structural part of the trial. That was a challenge for the trial team. Other than that, I think it's hard to identify any one thing. It's hard to get inside the mind of the jury.
This verdict, is this going to affect Martin's plea deal at all, or any sentence he may receive when he does plead guilty?
That's up to the federal court. We really can't speculate.
What about on the state level?
Well, I think we're not really prepared to talk about that just yet, because what we're doing is we're waiting to see what happens over with the federal sentencing. And once we see what happens with the federal sentencing, we'll have a better idea of what we want to do with that case.
And my last question about the jury, because obviously the jury made the decision, but those who don't understand the process, I know you all wanted an unbiased jury, but why Chattanooga? Where did that come from as far as that jurisdiction?
Yeah, there was a motion filed in defense to change venue, and there was a study done of the amount of publicity in the various large cities in Tennessee, and it was found that Chattanooga had the lowest amount of pretrial publicity with regard to this case.
All right, guys, that's pretty much it for that. I'm thoroughly and utterly disgusted on this. I don't understand how. It just makes no sense to me. It doesn't. That's like trying to put a square peg into a round hole for me. There's no understanding whatsoever. None whatsoever. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And sad, very sad. I'm heartbroken, literally heartbroken for this man's mother as a parent. And what she's had to go through to sit through the testimony once again, and then to get that as the verdict, and to be able to have to relive what went on with her son, and that's what she got from. No way. No way. Anyway, like I said, moving on. Changing the channel a little bit, something a little lighthearted, more lighthearted, I should say, with all this negative stuff. As per Mama Bear, she's always finding us these amazing stories about idiot people out there, idiot criminals, and make you laugh a little bit for sure. This first one up here is quite interesting to me. Inmate sues Pennsylvania prison over forced rectum surgery. Okay. It says a syringe, 14 stimulant pills, 40 packets of heroin, and rolling papers were found on the inmates as a result of the procedure. I don't understand. Like, we've seen how many of these. We just saw this woman last week that they found $6,200 in her vaginal area and some syringes, I think it was. Now we have this guy. It says an inmate filed a federal lawsuit against Pennsylvania Correctional Facility after he was allegedly forced to undergo surgery to remove contraband inserted in his rectum. How do you do that? How do you sue? I mean, come on. That Brian Jesse Wilner, 31, has accused officials at the Luzerne County Correctional Facility of conducting an illegal search on him and committing medical battery. A syringe, 14 stimulant pills, 40 packs of heroin, and rolling papers, were found as a result of the procedure. Wilner was booked into the facility on October 22nd of 2015. After violating his probation, when officers searched him, they noticed a large white package protruding from his anus. The lawsuit alleges the officials took Wilner to a hospital and didn't wait for an x-ray to be completed. It also says that they didn't wait for doctors to see if he could pass the objects naturally. Luzerne County manager and Commonwealth Health spokesperson both declined to comment. What the hell? How do you even fit this in that area? I mean, and he's going to sue them. Are you kidding me? Yeah, thank you. How did that all fit? That's a good point. Great point. These people are nuts. Nuts. This next one is funny to me. I think this is hilarious. Absolutely. Let's see here. All right, guys. So the next one up is a self-described drug dealer calls 911 to report his cocaine stolen. Self-described drug dealer calls 911 and reports stolen cocaine. Are you kidding me? That takes some serious gall. He told the responding deputy that someone entered his car and took $50 and about a quarter ounce of cocaine. How stupid are you? Really? How stupid are you? Down in Florida, once again, gotta love Florida. He calling 911 to report a stolen bag of cocaine probably wasn't the best idea for self-described Florida drug dealer. But Okaloosa Sheriff's officials wrote on Facebook that 32-year-old David Blackman did just that on Sunday morning. The post says that Blackman called 911 to report a robbery in Fort Walton Beach. Blackman told the responding deputy that someone entered his car and took $50 and about a quarter ounce of cocaine from the center console. The report says the deputy spotted some cocaine and a crack rock on the console and a crack pipe on the floorboard by the driver's side door. Blackman is charged with possession of cocaine and resisting arrest without violence. He was released from jail on Tuesday, but the records don't list a lawyer. These people are so stupid. It blows my mind. Blows my mind. Here's a new one. How about this shit? Check this out. All right. So Cook County jail inmates can order hot pizza delivered to their cells. So you go to jail now, you can order a pizza? What? It says life in a Cook County jail just a little bit more like the college dorm experience, thanks to the Sheriff Tom Dart. Inmates in the jail's primarily medium security division 11 can now order piping hot pizza delivered direct to their cells, according to the Sheriff's Department. Cooked on premises by their fellow inmates in the jail's own pizza oven. The pizzas cost between $5 for a plain margarita and $7 for a fancy Four Seasons pie, loaded with mushrooms, sopressata, salami, olives, and egg. The sausage pizza is a favorite, according to Sheriff spokesperson Kara Smith. But this isn't coddling the detainees, said Smith, who said the revenue generated from the pizza sales will support the jail's Recipe for Change program run by Bruno Abbott. Chef Bruno, an Italian immigrant who owns the Wicker Park restaurant Taco, teaches inmates skills they can use when they're released and looking for work, but he told the Tribune last year that his main goal was to improve inmates' self-esteem and love of food. Are you serious? I mean, I guess it's okay because they're made on premises by inmates and stuff like that, but that's still wild to me. The way the article first sounded was like they were having Domino's deliver the shit. You know what I mean? I was going to say, if that's the case, they've gone too far now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty wild. I guess it's good for them because they get to have a little, something that tastes good for a change.
See, and I'm the type that agrees with Arizona, the guy that, they have the prison that's in the tents out there.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of agree more with that. Let them sweat to death.
No, I know. I agree with you. They're in prison for a reason. Now, not all of them are horrible people. Some of them are in there for stupid things, but the ones that are like max security and they've done some really serious stuff, they don't deserve stuff like that. So this next one, woman keys cheating ex-boyfriend's car and misspells the word whore. Oh my God. It says the woman arrested for keying her ex-boyfriend's car after suspecting him of cheating on her is also being slammed for her poor spelling. Shannon Saspilla damaged the vehicles of both her boyfriend and the friend she suspected he cheated with. Police were at first puzzled by the word W-O-R-E, war, carved into the side of the woman's car, but eventually realized it's missing the H. Oh, Lord, honey, you're just too dumb to be that angry. I'm sorry. Wow. Saspilla originally denied damaging the cars, but followed up that claim with the Snapchat of the police station declaring Stamford police have nothing on me. How dumb are you? Like, how dumb are you? She sent a Snapchat out saying they don't have nothing on me. Police eventually obtained 2 warrants and arrested Caspella at home. She is prohibited from contact with the ex-boyfriend and girlfriend and her girlfriend until the case is adjudicated. So it was her friend that he cheated with too. You stupid war. What an idiot. Yeah, good point, Taylor. Good point. Such a God, these people are so stupid. I swear. All right, and I think I have one more here for you today. Oh, yeah, this one here is funny. Stupid people, stupid. So, mistakenly released Georgia inmate found after posting on Facebook, I'm home. I mean, come on, bro. You don't think they're going to be looking? Knoxville, Georgia, an inmate who was mistakenly released from the Crawford County Jail last week. How many of these have we seen happen, by the way? Was recaptured Tuesday morning in Bibb County after he posted, I'm home on Facebook. Wow. Dumb. Tracking dogs and Georgia Department of Corrections helped scour the area near US 80 and Sandy Point Road after Usuri was spotted there by a deputy not long after his mistaken release. Sorry, I skipped that. Joshua Keith Usuri, 27, had been behind bars on a felony burglary charge since March until Friday, when a Crawford County detention officer mistakenly released Usuri due to an oversight. Jesus, guys, we see these every day now where they're being released on accident. Less than an hour after the Crawford County Sheriff's Office notified media of the inmate at large on Friday, Usuri posted on Facebook, I'm home. The post included a picture he took of himself in front of a mirror. The tipster called Macon Regional Crime Stoppers to exchange information about Usuri's whereabouts for a cash reward, Bibb County Sheriff's Department, Linda Howard said. At 9:30, Usuri was booked into the Bibb County Jail, records show. Jesus, these people are so stupid. Well, thank you, Mama Bear. That's it for our dumb criminals of the day. All right. Let's move on. Sorry, you guys. Hand them here. Hold on here. And as we've been doing today, we're going to give our dose of positivity with our Good Samaritans segment of the day. So grab your tissues, ladies. Hopefully these won't bring too many tears to your eyes, but these are all random acts of positivity and kindness, and it's important that we see them. So let's check it out.
Now, owning a husky really starts to pay off. After the challenges of online learning, these students wanted to show their professor how much they appreciated him.
Oh, you guys, you're going to make me cry. I'm reading each one.
This little guy is about to discover a surprise inside this house. The surprise? That it's their house.
It is us.
This furry hero is not only a good boy, but a proud boy. The sight of 2 new puppies could bring anyone to their knees.
They're a boy and a girl.
These guys provide veterinary care for the homeless dogs of Skid Row, and it's clearly very much appreciated.
Come in the light a little bit here. Actually, they're not ticks. It looks like he got bit. They look like puncture wounds that are healing.
These 2 clearly needed a friend, and then one day they found each other. In times of crisis, animals are just as important as humans. Whatever you need to say, you can usually say it with flowers. Nothing can bring a smile to somebody's face quite like seeing a drawing of their own face. Whether you bark or speak a human language, music is universal. There was only ever one way this deer would make it off the ice, with the help of a kind human.
Close.
These people travel around the most remote corners of their city, making sure that every stray dog they find has a meal. Some places, however, have stray cows who are just as in need of kindness as any stray dog or cat. A blindfolded surprise which resulted in 2 of the greatest gifts ever.
All right, let's see it.
Let's go.
Try the other one. Try the other one too.
There it goes. Woo!
You're almost there.
Go, buddy. Hey!
Oh!
All right. What did you win? Adoption? I love you so much. Come here. Would you love to be a part of our family? Yes, I would. Yay!
The King's Guard are known for not showing much emotion, but when one of their own goes down, their humanity is fully on display.
Stand down.
When kindness breeds kindness. In a world where it's hard to trust strangers, people like this reaffirm your faith in humanity. Daughter, they said thank you in the only way they could.
That's for you. What? For everything what you did for us. That's a simple. Way. It's not much, but it's a thank you from us.
Thanks so much. Thank you guys.
Appreciate everything you guys did for us.
During wildfires, these hamburger chefs surprised firefighters with a free meal to thank them for their bravery.
Hey man, hungry?
Just a simple act, but one that not many other people might do.
Water? No worries, man.
Sharing your packed lunch with homeless kids? Well, you clearly need a larger chest to keep that heart inside. Ladies and gentlemen, the puppy slide. Pressure is high. He's about to find out if he got into NYU or not.
Congratulations! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
When an ambulance needs to get through, protesters...
Una feliz Navidad, ¿oíste? Tranquilo. Tranquilo, que Dios me lo bendiga. Chao, mi vida. Que Dios te bendiga.
When she saw her neighbors having a lockdown wedding, she decided to add to their special day in her own unique way. Your officer saved a 1-year-old boy from drowning, and this is their reunion.
What a moment. Detective Walter Sweeney was on his way home to his own 1-year-old daughter 12 years ago.
These twin girls are seeing each other for the first time after being separated at birth. This colorblind man is about to see color for the first time, thanks to these miraculous glasses. To a stray cat, food and human kindness can mean everything. Celebrating the simple moments with joy is what life's all about. In a world where we can't live without our smartphones, it's important to remember how little other people have. Set your cuteness dial to overload, because these are the Baby Olympics. This guy is clearly doing the whole dad thing exactly right. She used to pick up her granddaughter and dance with her. At 93 years old, however, things are slightly different. Another tender adoption moment here, and he seems pretty pleased.
I'm adopted? I'm adopted, yeah, right now?
You became official yesterday.
I'm adopted? I'm gonna stay here? Yay!
This generous man went out of his way to untangle this baby monkey, but the monkey's family didn't really seem that grateful.
Yes, Alex, come on!
Here's someone who was determined not to let his disability beat him, no matter how hard the task.
Yes, Alex!
Congratulations! Well done, mate. Absolute legend.
The police vow to protect and serve, and they're certainly doing both in this clip. Yeah, that's just Pooh, our local waving bear. For someone living on the streets, a haircut, a shave, and a bit of dignity can mean a whole lot. After offering to tune a homeless man's guitar, this kind stranger found himself involved in an impromptu jam session. Richard flowers, a random photograph, and a very specific picture from the past equals a day this woman will never forget. This little girl's reaction at receiving a pair of shoes puts all our first world problems into perspective. Supplying water to a thirsty animal is one of the most basic and important acts of kindness you can perform. These sanitation workers have built a friendship with these kids and see them every day on their route. So when it was one of their birthdays, the kids and his coworker gave him a surprise. Sometimes you've just got to stop for a thirsty koala. Small acts of generosity can really help someone who's having a hard time with their life.
Would you like a blanket for your head or something like that? Would you like a sleeping bag and a blanket?
Yeah.
I'll get that for you right now.
Oh, thank you.
You can put this below you, and then here's a sleeping bag for you, okay?
Oh, thank you.
You're very welcome, man.
This Indian family is officially welcoming their new puppy into their lives. This artist has made it his mission to spread more playfulness and human interaction on the street. There was no way he was going to let that kitten use even one of its 9 lives. It's those small acts of kindness which go unreported that make your heart hurt the most. This was her first time walking after a brain tumor, and what an incredible achievement it was.
Come on, step up. It's raining now. Get over here. Listen it now. Put me out here in the rain. Go on, step up, babe. Go on. Up, 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 up. Trust yourself. There you go. Wait, wait, wait. Balance. Keep going, girl. Good girl, okay. Good girl, okay. Now push that door open. Go on. By yourself. Go on, you do it. I'm just saying. I got you. Go on. There you go, Kira. Good girl. Balance. There you go, Kira. She legging it. She legging with it, bro. You see that? She's like a fucking gazelle. Look at her. You see that, badge? Okay, go on. Wait, wait, wait. Turn now. Turn. Turn. This way, baby. This way. Turn this way. This way towards me where I'm tapping. Turn that way. Okay, slowly. And now sit down. Sit down. Woo! You couldn't even do that!
This family was spotted being short of money at a gas station, and this is what happened. You just know this little girl's been brought up right when she and her mom do things like this together. This elephant is protecting its carer as they cross a river together, showing that love and kindness are just as prevalent in the animal world as the human, maybe even more so.
Hey, Scott, good to see you, brother.
For this needy father and his children, this unexpected Good Samaritan was a much-needed blessing from above.
Thank you very much.
And say hello to your mom, eh?
Thank you very much.
Sure. How are you? Oh, I know you don't know. You don't see me. That is yours. I just came to surprise you. Sure. Oh, yeah.
After they arranged a much earlier ride home than her original pickup time, this lady couldn't have been more grateful to her local dental surgery.
I can't believe you. Take it out.
There are many kinds of sportsmanship, and some are more inspiring than others. This World War II veteran is in Holland, visiting his old friend's grave for the very first time. When this little man decided to crash a barbecue, the people couldn't have been happier. These firefighters brought this unconscious dog back to life, which just goes to show you can be a hero to both people and animals. You don't see acts of kindness like this every day, or bravery. It seems like a thirsty and grateful bear may just be a tame bear too. The sincerest acts of kindness are the ones you take no credit for. There aren't many gifts that can inspire tears of joy, but a puppy will always do it. And look how thrilled this little guy is to get a hockey stick from his hero. An incredible sight created by a kind and thoughtful gesture. A specially adapted bike for a special little guy. Footballers do plenty of running up and down the pitch, but this one goes the extra mile. This young man was cleaning and guarding cars when this Good Samaritan came along. And as you can see, it meant a lot.
Thank you very much.
You. Yeah, and just make sure that you support your family. Yeah.
When the heat became too much for this dog, his owner treated him like his own furry child and carried him.
गुरु, तो तुम मास्क नहीं लगाए हो, इसको लगा दिए हो यार। अरे वाह।
Another example of the police fulfilling their duty to protect and serve.
All right, that'll do it for those today. A little bit of positivity put out there, guys. It always helps. It always helps. Keeps us all remembering there is still good people and there is still good in the world in general. Absolutely. So let's bring it down to the end and see what we got going on here. Let's see. Hang on a minute. 1 second. One minute. All right, let's see if we can put a smile on everybody's face before we get out of here. And like I said, I'll be back here a little bit later after I do my honeydew stuff. All right, here we go.
Hello? Oh my.
Got to take it down. He is smiling.
A smile.
It's smiling. He's smiling.
Oh my god.
We're doing Santa Claus reindeer tryouts here with the French Brigade. Got Monster, Money, Magnum, Major, Maximus.
Batting eight, the second baseman, number 10, Casey Schmidt.
And I was looking at it. I got a double nugget, so I got 5 nuggets, bro. I got 4 nuggets, bro.
Good morning. Oh, you found your moo. Good job. Where'd that come from? Oh, wow.
Oh, what the heck? What is it? Oh, my little tiny little web pudding.
Yeah, find your brakes, honey. Oh, God. Find your brakes.
Yeah, boop you. Ready?
I doubt it, Jacob, but that's a good question. Hang on to it because we'll be back here in just a little while. Be running some more questions.
I'm gonna be home soon, okay?
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope you guys enjoyed what you could with the show and got something out of the other side of it. Appreciate you guys very much. Like I said, we'll be back here a little bit later, not too much longer. I got to go do some stuff, go to the store. Thank you to the Blue Crew for being here. I appreciate you guys all so very much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. For those I won't see, but for those I will see you very soon. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. Bye-bye now. See you soon.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect in this joyful moment. What's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.